with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around for
You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me.
Up, surprise, surprise. We are back in the house. What's going on, people? Hopefully everybody's having a great night. I don't think we have a whole lot of folks here, but that's okay because we going to keep the party going because that's what we do. If you guys can see me, if you can hear me, go ahead and hit me with that one. Let me know that everything is coming through loud and clear because I am having some technical difficulties, which prevented me from posting all my notifications and stuff earlier. Oh, thank you very much. Got my little got a couple errors cut. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll keep it relatively loose goosey tonight. Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing? Awesome. I see some ones populating the screen. Amazing. Part of the reason why I'm looking over here as opposed to looking over this way is because all this is shut down. So trying to make it work as best I can. So bear with me. Maybe I'll just pop this real quick. Yeah, we are going to get it. We're going to have a good time tonight. Because I always have fun with you guys. It's amazing. I forgot to put my hand on. Ain't that something? So much for branding. I always got some folks from California. I saw we had somebody from down under, from Australia. Awesome, awesome. Hey, good day, mates. What's happening? What's happening? Yeah, you know what? I had talked last week extensively, probably said way more than I should have, about Cody. And thank you so much, Wendy. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm back now. I'm back, baby. We're going to have some fun things for some of the members coming up, too. I'm going to start doing some a lot more stuff with that to give you guys that special experience. But yeah, last week during the call-in show, the Speak Pipe show, I went in and I talked about Cody and his appearance on Special Forces. Now I know that's like the hot topic right now for Sister Wives. Everybody's got content about Cody and his Special Forces appearance, and you know, it was always going to be crazy. Well, welcome, Sharon Dowling. Sharon Dowling, welcome. And when I was talking about like the whole Special Forces thing, you know, I feel like I was a little cold and cruel, but I stand by everything I said because at the end of the day, it's a game show. This is the same thing as Fear Factor. It's not the real Special Forces. Even though everybody's wearing uniforms, this is not what these guys go through. If you watching Special Forces and thinking that this is what it's like to be in a tier 1 group, like a tier 1 organization, like Delta Force, Rangers, Berets, the Navy SEALs, the Special Forces is the equivalent to actually being what you would do in Special Forces as Law and Order is to go into law school and actually practicing law. Nothing like it. Not even close. Like the worlds apart. We're talking about worlds apart. Okay. They take like some of the fun stuff that you might see and they set these scenarios and I'm sure like, you know, Cody and them will be like, yeah, you know, like this is like if it was like the Cold War and like things were happening, then this is what it would really be like. And I'm just here to really test my mettle to see if I have what it takes, if I have the right stuff, right? But bruh, this is not it. If you want to find out you got the right stuff, the only way you can do it is for you to sign that paper, that contract, and give the government 3 to 4 years of your life. That's the only way you really gonna know. You know, like I said, it's like that 60 days in stuff. It's easy to go to jail when you know all you got to do is look at the guard and be like, you know what? I'm tired of this shit. Let me out. I'm going home. Okay. I want breakfast. I want to eat some food that's actually edible. I want something with, you know, food. Imagine this food with a thing called flavor. I want food with flavor in it. I don't just want nutrition. I don't want to sit here and eat a pack of ramen noodles or however the hell they do the ramen noodle packets or whatever, trying to heat them up, making hot pox or whatever, candy canes or whatever the shit they eat. I'm not trying to eat none of that shit. I'm tired of the fitness program. I'm tired of peeing in public. I'm tired of trying to wash my ass with a group of dudes standing around me. I'm ready to go home. Like, that's 60 days in. That's not like being in prison. See, in prison, nobody is there voluntarily. If any of them, everybody would go home if they had a chance. If they could look at the guards and say, guys, tired of shit, let my ass out, the prisons would be empty. And it's the same thing with the special forces thing. First time you twist your ankle, you come up limp, you get shin splints. You can sit there and be like, oh, I got shin splints. I'm going to suffer through it because I'm a warrior. That's one thing. But even then, the guy's like, you sure you going to keep going? You sure? You sure? You could go home if you want to go home. If you get tired of shit, you can go home. That's different. Then when you got shin splints, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and you just went to bed at 3:30 because they had you out there in the middle of nowhere with a rucksack humping over a damn hill for no damn reason. You know, like a 50-pound rucksack with all your shit in it, like a tent that you don't never get to sleep in, sleeping bag you don't never get to sleep in, nasty ass MREs that meal ready to eat meals, that bullshit they get. Oh, hell no. Hell no. See, it's different when you're on a TV show because you know that I'm here for 2 weeks. All I got last is 14 days. They got cruises that go 14 damn days. That don't make you pop out of sailor man, bitch. Like, just because you on a boat. I know what it's like to be in the merchant marines now. No, you don't. You were on a cruise ship for 14 days. You picked up like 15 pounds from sitting around drinking margaritas and eating hamburgers all 14 days. Your blood pressure is through the roof. Your doctor is like, you are having a cardiac nightmare. You are not qualified. You are not a sailor. Okay. Just like you go through special forces. Okay. I'm not going to see somebody who was on Fear Factor like, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, sir. Papa Christmas, you can kiss my ass. Thank you, no, thank you. Oh, got Lizzie B and Carmel Cutie up in the Charles. What's going on, guys? Yeah, thank you guys for coming in. They like, this is kind of a surprise for everybody. Surprise, surprise. They warriors, boy. My minds are warriors. Don't let nobody tell you that they not. They about that business. 10 toes down, they stand on business. So we up in chat. I had to do it, you know. When he said, I love 14 days of nothing but hamburgers. I know, me too, but my waistline would hate me. And my doctor would probably write a nasty letter. James, are you trying to kill yourself? No, man, but these burgers is delicious. You can get them the way you want. It's better than Burger King, son. Like, you know what I mean? Like that whole thing with the special forces. Like a part of me, here's what bothers me about special forces. It's not even the fact that Cody's even trying it. Because Cody, like, if we're gonna be 100% honest, we're gonna keep it all the way in stack. Cody absolutely positively needs to figure something out. Okay, he got to figure something out. If it ain't special forces, he needs to try out for Big Brother, Dancing with the Stars, Fear Factor, anybody who giving out money. Cody needs to put an application in. Because if you don't put an application in and audition for some of these reality shows, you know, villains, whatever, traitors, anything. All right. If he doesn't do that, his ass is in trouble. Here's something else that I'm going to kind of throw in. It's weird to me that he would be on this show. And depending, like, I kind of, like, this is where I'm torn. This is where I'm torn. If TLC, if TLC was going to give him his own show right now, because I think we can all agree Sister Wives is pretty much coming to an end, right? If TLC was going to give him and Robyn their own spinoff show, I don't think that they would allow him to risk himself. Look, I'm telling you right now, there's one thing Hollywood will do. Hollywood will do some stupid shit. They'll put you in some jacked up situations and compromising positions. The one thing they don't do, rule number one, baby, Hollywood don't mess up the money. Hollywood keep the bag safe. Okay? They don't let you go out and risk yourself. If there's something like, if you have a whole series on your back, like as much as we kind of support the stars who do their own stunts, like I said last week, Tom Cruise is the Jackie Chan, like the American Jackie Chan. Like, dude want to do his own stunts. In fact, I said last week, and I stand on this shit, I believe, my personal opinion, that Tom Cruise comes up with stunts, and the only reason why he do movies is because he has shit that he wants to do, and he wants somebody else to pay for it. And his insurance would be ridiculous if he just said, you know what, I'm going to try to walk outside the tallest building in Dubai. Like, you know what I mean? Like, insurance company be like, nah, we ain't covering that. This dude fall off that building. They're going to have to take his hat to the hospital because that's all that's going to be left. So, like, I think he comes up with movies so that he could do this crazy stuff. Like the whole, I'm going to run the motorcycle off the cliff and then I'm going to skydive front. Like, I'm going to skydive after I jump this motorcycle off the cliff. That's some stuff. What sense does that make? That doesn't make any sense. But we're going to do it in the movie. That's Tom Cruise. There's not a lot of stars who a whole entire series depends on one person where Hollywood will allow that guy to take a chance. There's a guy, what is his name? His name is Nolan in the show. The name of the show is The Rookie, right? Starring Nathan Fillion. This dude has been around forever. Nathan Fillion been in a bunch of stuff, action stuff all over the place. He does The Rookie. He doesn't even run down the street because in Nathan Fillion's own words, he said, look, if I run down the street and I twist my ankle, I pull a hammy, or I can't walk, I twist my knee, or something happens to me on my little jaunt down the street, then I cancel production for everybody. Everybody is out of work. Everybody's out of work. So it's not just the co-stars and the people who are making a ton of money during the show, but you talking about like the grip. You talk about the hairstylists, the wardrobe people, the assistants, all those folks, the photographers, the people who set scenes. You're putting a whole ton of people out of work. You're putting catering, crafty. They're all out of work because this guy wanted to run down the street. Like, he doesn't do any of his own stunts. Okay? It's very rare that he'll do his own stuff. That's how Hollywood does it. And I say all that. James, that was a lot to say for nothing. I say all that. Long story long, okay? Long story long, my fault. But long story long, I say all that because if TLC was going to give Robyn and Cody their own spinoff show, and they were actually going to promote and push that show like that show needs to be promoted and pushed, I don't think that TLC would risk him being on a show like Special Forces where you can get maimed, paralyzed, you can get killed doing Special Forces. Special Forces is no joke. Like, it's like Fear Factor. And the spinoff they had a spinoff, I think it was called Top Dog or something like that, where somebody had drowned and because they were supposed to go in and the guy couldn't get up in time, like out of the water in time, and he wound up getting brain damaged. And this dude is like confined to a wheelchair 2 days. I don't even know if he's still alive, but he got jacked up. Like, people were getting hurt on the spinoff shows from Fear Factor. And this is a spinoff show from Fear Factor. And people have been hurt on this show. I've seen people get hurt on this show. So I don't think TLC would take that chance. So what I'm thinking is that this was his chance to try to show how popular he is so that he can try to sell a spinoff show to TLC. That's what I think is going on. That's what I mean. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. I'll check it in a second. But I think that he dog eat dog. Yeah, that was the name. Thank you, Wendy. Dog eat dog. That was it. I think that he's pushing himself this hard because he's trying to show TLC that if I'm on a show, I'm going to raise the ratings. I could be a big ratings draw, and I can push ratings for audiences, get audiences to come in. And so this is part of the reason why when I see like even my fellow content creators and even me, when I'm thinking about like talking about his appearance on Special Forces and even reviewing Special Forces and talking about it, reacting to it, this is what I'm thinking about. Like, am I gonna get, because I help to advertise, because realistically, that's what YouTubers always say. I talk too much. Probably right. But YouTubers, we actually advertise the shows that we review. So if we review a show, we're actually advertising for that show. Technically, we're going to keep it all the way a buck. TLC should be cutting us checks. But they don't. But when push them down to shove, if I sit there and I talk about, this is what Cody did, that's what Cody did, this is what Cody did, and I put a lot of attention on Cody, then the question is, am I getting him or helping to get him his own spinoff show? And that's where I'm a little torn. You know what I mean? I don't want to be an ass because I don't wish ill for anyone, right? Not even him. Like I don't want to see him be homeless. I don't want to see, Robyn homeless and, out there having to go get a job, work that 9 to 5. Gotta get a job if you want to be with me. Right, as opposed to that Joe and I used to have, you are about to lose your job, because I think that's where they are. They're about to lose their damn job, right? And they put themselves in a position where they were making a ton of money. Like, these guys ain't suffering for money. No, like, don't get it twisted. They're not broke. But at the same time, if you don't manage your money, then you can be in a bad situation in no time. Like they have the kind of money, the kind of they have enough money to get themselves in trouble. I'll tell a little story. When the story time, when I was a kid, right? My dad, he taught us to box, taught us karate, and stuff. And one of the first lessons that he told us when I was a kid, I think I've shared this with you guys before, is that when he would teach us, like, okay, this is how you block. And like, even from like a Karate Kid, like, that's actually a thing in Okinawan karate, push blocks, brush blocks, and all that. And he would teach us that. And he said, okay, guys, here's the thing. You know enough martial arts and boxing to effectively get your ass whipped. Like, you know what I mean? Like, enough to where you could get, like, you go out and tell people that you know what you're doing, they're going to turn your ass out like a t-shirt. You know just enough. Like, it won't be an ugly ass whipping. You move past that. But it's going to be bad, right? So you got to keep working. And with all that, like, that's what I mean. Like, with Robyn and them, like, they know just enough. They're famous just enough, and they're rich just enough to where they can get access to credit that normally the average person couldn't get, right? So they get exposed to having, like, okay, you want a car? I'll give you a car. I'm going to charge you this, that, and other. But you just owe this, that, and other on the back end. And they start expending their money. Oh, you want a $2 million house? No problem. I'll give you credit so you can get that $2 million house because you're on a TV show. And I know that TV show has been on for 19 seasons. And this is basically your job. That's not going anywhere. So they give you credit. And you have, like, you're spending to your limits in a way that you know just enough now to get your ass whipped. You have just enough credit and just enough credibility to put yourself in a situation where you can find yourself bankrupt because you can't cover your costs. And that's kind of where I feel like they are. I don't know their money because I haven't done enough pocket watching. But I've done enough pocket watching, and I understand how people who have these tremendous opportunities find themselves on the bad side or the downside of these opportunities because they don't take care of themselves and they don't protect themselves, and they act like this is just going to keep on coming. Like this is the faucet, even though my cup runneth over, the faucet will never shut off. And that's not the case, especially when you're on these type of reality shows. Um, so I think that's kind of where I'm at. And then as far as like me reviewing the show, I have to ask the question, like, do I want to help get them a TV show? Because I mean, if I want to be all the way, keep it all the way above, one could argue, well, James, if you help them get a TV show and they start doing that TV show, then wouldn't that give you a lot more stuff to react to? Yeah, I guess. But part of my concern would always be is just because they, in my opinion, will start from scratch. In my opinion, I think that their show will be highly self-produced. They'll come up with fake ass, dumbass storylines themselves and try to push it onto the public. Because in my opinion, I think that creatively they lack integrity. Because a lot of the storylines that they try to push forward, that I know that Cody and Robyn have pushed forward, not TLC, but Cody and Robyn have tried to push forward, just are not genuine storylines. And they lack all credibility and they lack integrity. And my question is, in order for me to review their show, I would have to compromise my own integrity and pretend like this nonsense is real. And I don't feel comfortable doing that. That's my struggle. Like with them having their own spinoff show. If they had a spinoff show, I very well may watch it and review it. But the reality of it is that I struggle. I would struggle with it and the possibility of doing it because I think that it would be, it will compromise their integrity, and their lack of integrity and my association with them would compromise my integrity. And for that I can't ride with that. So that's kind of where I'm at. Uh who is this? Miss Omi said, I'll never watch Kidney and that nasty VD villain. Call her a VD villain. Herpina! Code name Herpina. You know how like Batman has the one villain, Poison Ivy, and she like kisses all the dudes and make them fall in love with her. Like Robyn kiss them and bust their mouth out. Shit. Allegedly, I don't know if she got the hot kiss or not. I don't know. I don't know if she's the one spreading it. We'll put it that way. I don't know if she's the one to spread it. I don't know if she patient zero. It is what it is, though. Is that why Cody grew his mustache and beard out? Trying to hide that shit? Because there's times when Cody be talking good, and there's other Cody be talking good. There's times when Cody is he's speaking more eloquently. And then it seems like there are other times in the same episode where you can see his different days, and then all of a sudden it looked like he's talking and his mouth hurt. You know what I mean? Like he don't want to move his mouth. So, is that why he grew his shit out? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. I'm not sure. Just some things I've noticed, in my opinion. Not saying that's what it is. Just saying that these are things that I've noticed. Let me see. Yeah, let me ask. I want to ask a question. Get you guys. I'm gonna run a little poll. Where's it at? Oh, here we go. Would you watch Special Forces if it means Cody would if it means TLC would give Cody and Robyn, Cody and Robins, yeah, let me know what you guys think. Would you watch Special Forces if it means TLC would give Cody and Robins a spinoff? Let me know what you guys think because I'm kind of curious. Like, how committed are we to Special Forces? Because I really do think that that's the I think that's the game. I think that's the hook. Like if he can go, because it's all about numbers. If he can walk into the TLC office or even for negotiations, like say they did offer him a spinoff, he said, you know what, I'm gonna take a chance, get on Special Forces, and try to draw interest into me as a character, and people will watch me as the guy who was a former polygamist, and now he's kind of saying like I've abandoned that whole lifestyle and now I'm a committed, dedicated monogamist and father, right? Because now he's trying to sell himself as like the old timey 1950s Ward Cleaver from Leave It to Beaver. You know, I'm that guy, you know, and stuff as opposed to like deadbeat daddy number one, Papa Promises. I'm not that dude anymore. I'm Mr. Involved. I'm Mr. Papa Present, not Papa Promises. Like that's what he's trying to sell to the audience. And I think that this is part of his entire like arc where he's trying to recover his character. And so as part of that, he's trying to introduce himself to an entirely new audience that may be familiar, like, oh yeah, I remember there was a show called Sister Wives back in the day. This is the guy. Okay, I didn't realize that he was still around. And he has a show that's currently running on TLC. Oh, and now the most reviled thing about him, because let's be honest, and you know, in normal parlance, people aren't as open-minded as a lot of folks, and they'll look at it and say that the most unsavory thing about Cody is damn, y'all come back hard. The most unsavory thing about Cody is the fact that he was a polygamist and the effects that it would have on his wives, right? As being a part of a historically acknowledged monogamist or not monogamous, misogynist and patriarchal system. So now that he's turned his back on that, maybe he's not so bad, right? And he can kind of have that renaissance on television, and I think that that's part of the pull that he has in trying to introduce himself because he wants to get in front of new eyes. Like clearly, and let's be honest, like even with the poll, which is actually it's staggering numbers, almost at 100%, even after 2 minutes. Uh shit. It says, would you watch Special Forces if it means TLC would give Cody and Robins a spinoff? 5% of you said yes, I will watch it. 95% of you said no, I will not watch. It's not that important to me. Like to watch Cody cry in the mud. You know, because there's a point too where I recognize that there's the hate watch factor. Like people from Sister Wives, like Sister Wives fans are not tuning in to watch Cody dominate the special forces arena. They're tuning in because they want to see Cody, you know, basically you want to see him out suffering in the cold and dropping them in the middle of stuff. You really want to see, ideally, and I think that the show, because it's a show and they like to give people what they want. Deep down, I could see a scenario where they have Cody getting his ass chewed out by a 5-foot woman who's just spitfire, cussing, just tearing his ass to pieces like a little drill sergeant. You ain't nothing, you big mother. You know what I mean? Just eating his ass alive, and Cody can't do shit about it. He just please get out of me. Like that's 90 minutes of the show. Him just screaming and crying and thought, I can't do this. She hurt my feelings. Like that's what I think that's why people are tuning in. That watch him get dropped out of a helicopter. I'm saying, he jump out the helicopter. He don't tie his rope right. He fall like the whole damn way, hit the ground. All busted up. And then the lady jump out. The little instructor jump out of there. The helicopter come down perfect, land almost like she walking on the, like she just stepped across the room. Land soft and gentle, and she fly up in his face like, that's why you need to follow the dang dong instructions. He could have like, I can't feel my nose. And she just like, ripping him to pieces. Like, I think that's why the sister wife fandom is interested in watching it. They want to see that part of it. They don't want to see like, yeah, Cody did another challenge. He's the best of the best. He should have went into it. He's Rambo. He's the Little House on the Prairie Rambo. Woo! He getting it done. Like I don't think people are tuning in for that. But yeah. Oh, None said, now if there was a show with them getting they just desserts, little young thing coming in flipping the script. I would agree with that. The only problem I have with that scenario is that it would require a young lady to sacrifice herself. Like she'd have to kiss and possibly sleep with Cody in order to really set the hook. And I wouldn't put nobody through that. That's kind of like she would have to get. I mean, speaking of special forces, you'd have to give her the Bronze Star, boy. You'd have to pop her with the Silver Star candidate. Like, okay, you did your service. Thank you. Your country thanks you. You bit a big ass bullet. Like she ain't bite the bullet, she bit the missile. You know what I'm saying? Literally, I guess. Then of course, where are we now? 6 minutes in. Would you watch Special Forces if it means TLC would give Cody and Robyn's a spinoff? In the vote of yes, 4%. In the votes of nay, 96% said nay. The nays have it. I'll leave it open for a little bit. You guys ain't playing around. Like, hell no, I ain't giving them no show. But yeah, I don't know. That's the only thing that bothers me about that. All right. And I'll open it up in a couple minutes so you guys can jump in and give your perspectives. Oh shit. Oh shit. Somebody said Megatron said, I hope those Jersey connections catch his ass. Well, I didn't know that he was messing with somebody who got friends. And now, I went to high school with some of their kids. My brother, I remember he had a lot of he had a couple buddies who were they dads and stuff were in that. Because we went to high school in a center city of our town. And so it was a Catholic school. And we had people from all over coming down, the city and suburbs. They all came down to this high school. It's actually the oldest Catholic school in the country. Thank you very much. That's where we went to high school. And as it turned out, we had all kinds of people. So in my high school, we literally had people whose family was upper crust to people who lived in the PJs, the projects, project folks. You know what I mean? We was all in there together. And so you had everything. And there were a couple guys who were their dads were connected. So it was always interesting when they got in arguments with people because you never knew how far it was actually going to go. If they have, meet you at the sub after school, sucker. You never knew, you know who his dad is, right? Like, don't mess around and win that fight too good. Like, you gotta keep it close. You're there cussing his ass out. You gotta be careful what you call his mama now, because you out there playing the dozens. Next thing you know, you're getting a dozen flowers at your funeral. You know what I mean? So yeah, Cody gotta be careful. I can see Cody shooting off, like, you don't be thinking that it's real. Them guys is real. Okay, and they are not playing around. They're not playing. Like, they do that. Look, the disrespect. They are not fans of disrespect, and they don't play that bullshit. Like, so no, it's just a TV show. Like, they, especially one of them dudes' daughters. Like, we went to school with their sons. Like, because I went to all boys high school. That give you another head, I guess. But yeah, I went to all boys high school. Me and my brother. But and that shit was a trip. Story time. I could give you a million stories on that. But there was dynamic differences. I won't get into it. But when push them down and shove, there was a point where I think that I genuinely believe that their parents let their kids handle their situations, and it never went to like big problems. So even when they got into disagreements or things, high school, they get into disagreements with classmates, or they have arguments, fights, disagreements, whatever. Like, we never really had a situation where black cars started rolling up on the school. Like, it never got that bad. But at the same time, everybody involved understood what it was. Like, you knew what it was. Like, there was a couple times where, we had people in the school, like I said, we had highest of the highs, lowest of the lows, and everybody in between. And you had some cats up there that was like gangster. You know what I mean? Dudes was gangster. And I could tell a story. I won't though. But yeah, it is what it is. Well, let's be called. All right, story time. Story time. I remember there was one time I got into a disagreement with a cat in a Spanish class, right? We're in Spanish class, speaking my Spanish, habla español, right? And dude turned around, he looked me in the face like, James. I was like, what? It's like, give me 50 cents. He didn't ask me for 50 cents. He told me, give me 50 cents. And I knew if I gave this jackass 50 cents, I would be giving his ass 50 cents, $1, $2, my lunch money, in perpetuity. So he's trying me. Right. So I looked him in the face and I politely told him, I ain't gonna give you shit. He did not like my response, at which time he stood up and told me, and this is in the middle of class. I'll never forget it. Sister Marie was up front, older nun, and she was like, sit down, sit down. Dude stood up and said, if you don't give me 50 cents, I'm gonna go right in your face. I didn't appreciate that. So needless to say, we got into it in the class. And I was always a big guy and I was gentle. I didn't do anything crazy. But I remember I had him lined up and I was like, we threw a couple and I was lining him up and I was ready to take him under. And he knew it, I knew it, and I didn't throw it, right? And so after school, and I tell all this story, long story long, tell all that to tell this. After school, and this is what I mean, like it was deep. So after school, I get out of school, go down to my locker, get my stuff, go home, right? We used to have to catch subways and buses and stuff because we didn't have school buses because all the kids was all over the place. We didn't have a school district. It was all over the place, right? So I go down, get on the train. It was maybe a year later. I found out from another buddy of mine who I started hanging out with. He was like, yeah, man, you didn't hear? I was like, what? He said, last year when you got in a fight, I won't say his name. He passed away, actually. Well, when you got in a fight with old boy, after school, they had the entire platform of the train was covered, like from front to back. There was dudes all over the place looking for me, asking for me. And I'm assuming they didn't want to sell your friend James, Girl Scout cookies. Okay. I was going to get done up. I was probably going to get tossed on the tracks. But push come down and shove, it was like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, so we went to school. We had, like, guys who were, their fathers were, executive members of Fortune 500 companies. And we had guys whose family was, a couple of them was in the family. A couple of them were, street guys. And I just happened to get into a disagreement with one of the street guys. And so that was a result. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes you don't think, and it's over 50, but try not to cuss and I wound up cussing. But this was over 50 cents. You understand what I mean? Like, at the time, like the French fries in the cafeteria, I think they cost 50 cents. Dude wanted me to buy him some fries. So this is over French fries, right? I was going to get done up over French fries. I was going to get gaffled over French fries. 2 quarters, 5 dimes. Right? They were going to beat the shit. Best case scenario, because there was too many guys for them just to come down there and beat the shit out of me. Like, this was not the beat the crap out of them crowd or try to punk them up and make them, next week you gonna give him 50 cents every day of the week, son. That wasn't that kind of crowd, okay? So that it was over that. And part of the reason why them guys came down was because when I posted him up and I lined him up, and I knew it and he knew it, that if I'd have threw that, it would have been, it'd have been bad for him. It was a thing for him. It was a thing of disrespect, right? It wasn't just the fact that I told him no and I stood up for myself, but it was the fact that I put him in a position where he was compromised, right? And so he felt disrespected. And I say all that to say this. If Cody goes on to this show and this one of them young ladies has a friend who is in one of these families, right? I'm not talking about like the Little House on the Prairie family. I'm talking about the other family, right? And they're one of them families. I am telling you from my experience and knowing these guys, and I talk to everybody, right? And I would talk to these guys. A big thing for them is respect. Now, Cody say respect. Well, the men, I don't want love. I want respect. Right? He's talking about one type of respect. That's just kind of bullshit. These guys, they take respect very serious. And if you disrespect their ladies, that's like disrespecting them. You disrespect their daughters, may the Lord help you. Yeah, you know what I mean? So if that's what he did, and I can see, like, and here's the thing, maybe this is my prejudice towards Cody, and I acknowledge that, but I can see him talking down to these ladies and the women like bucking back, and he looking at them like, who the hell you talking to? And okay, and they get into it, and she doesn't have to say, I'm gonna call my daddy. She called home, and this damn Cody Brown is getting on my nerves. Oh, really? What he do, Sam? They all got them cute names. What he do, little Chrissy Wissy? He was sit up here. He gonna call me this and tell me that I ain't nothing. I don't deserve to be there. Oh, he did he? All right. Well, look, I don't want y'all doing nothing. And I'm telling you, as a person who do shit when people ask you not to do nothing, that request, that's plausible. As far as I'm concerned, that's just plausible deniability. Okay, you just tell me don't do nothing because I'm gonna do it. If you didn't want me to do that, you wouldn't have told me. It's gonna happen. So as soon as she called home and told them what was going on, they was probably already in the car. All right. So I don't know. And I am a big thing of like, you gotta be careful because in the real world, like certain people, you'll get it right away. Other people, they let you get a little time under your belt. The best revenge is a dish served cold. Right? And some of these cats serve that shit al dente, right? They'll wait. You know what I mean? You'll be sitting there, you'll be nice and relaxed. Everything is cool. Nothing came of it. I told them what I had to say, and they recognized who I was. They don't know me because I'm that man. Blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, you out there doing your garden, and you have an accident with one of them trees. You know what I mean? Apparently, he ran into this tree about 50 times, and he backed his car into itself. You know what I mean? Case closed. Like, you don't want to get involved with that. But I'm just saying. And that's just like survival skills. And I will say this, like going to school, with everybody, it did give me a healthy dose because I've always kind of grown up with, and I never really thought about it. See, that's why it helps to talk about shit. But I never really thought about it. I've always been that way. Like, I remember, I think I told you guys before, like I worked in a corporate America, and I would have like meetings or whatever with a CEO or a president or whatever, president of a company, and I treat everybody the same, right? I'll laugh, I'll joke, I'll talk to people, no fear, right? And it always amazed me how scared people were to talk to other folks because of their position. I'm like, this dude woke up this morning and took a shit like everybody else. Why am I scared to talk to him? Now, if he put his pants on one leg at a time, if you cut him, he'll bleed. If he walk in here and he levitates 4 feet off the ground and float across the room, then I might treat him a little different. I don't know, maybe not, but I'll consider it. But as long as he's a normal human being, yeah, he gets like everybody else. I'll talk to him like I talk to the janitor, like I talk to the mailroom, like I talk to the lady who's emptying my trash bin, like I talk to my boss, like I talk to the CEO. I talk to all y'all, joke about you the same way. We have a good time. I consider you the same way. No more, no less. And I hope that you would do the same for me. Right. And I think that going to a school, like I've always kind of been in that situation where I've been fortunate enough to meet people at different stratas of society, and I've been able to interact with them. And the one thing that I can say, no matter what you look like, big, tall, short, white, black, fat, skinny, don't matter. Everybody pretty much wants the same thing. Like, that's the weird thing about people. Like, we all try to pretend like, oh, they don't love, they don't love this, they don't love that, blah, blah, blah. We all pretty much want the same thing. You want safety, security. You want to make sure your kids are taken care of. You want to make sure that, you have a good life. And you want your kids and family to have a good lives too. You want your friends to do well. You know what I mean? Everybody wants pretty much the same thing. And so there's no need for me to treat you different. And with folks like Cody actually reminds me of, especially in corporate America, you always have the people who, they need to know what your title is so that they can calibrate how they treat you. If that makes sense. That's how Cody kind of strikes me. Like if you have a big time show or you have something where you can help him, he'll treat you one way. If you're the kind of person who could get him a spinoff, he'll love to come on your show and talk to you. But if you're somebody who maybe he doesn't see you as a person who can help him or do something for him, then you get a different treatment. Or you just don't get any consideration at all. I think that's kind of what happened even in some of his relationships when he was dealing with his wives. If he had a wife who he thought could do something for him or put him in a certain position, she was the best wife ever. Like, and think about it. Like, if you really break it down and you talk about like Christine and why she was so heartbroken, because imagine before they got the show, right? Christine was a part of this group that Cody later found out was getting invitations to go do reality TV shows, get interviews, on television, radio, so on and so forth. And Cody went to her, Christine, and told her, next time there's an opportunity for us to get on and talk about polygamy or whatever the case may be, let me know, because that's something I'm interested in. And while she was doing that, and while she was she was in a position to give him this great opportunity, which eventually led to him getting on Sister Wives and meeting Robyn and having that opportunity to expand his family, as long as she had that for him, she was probably, and this is my speculation, she was probably his favorite wife. And he acted as such. I'd be willing to bet that when she was sitting there saying, I'm going to these meetings and I'm talking to these people and they have these opportunities where you could be on TV. Oh, tell me about it. Oh, when she come home, he's sitting up waiting for, girl, you get in there. You tell me all about that meeting. What happened? Oh, I'm so interested. Oh, you are so funny, Christine. You brilliant. Oh, girl, you brilliant. And then I mentioned fine. Woo, you fine, Christine. Oh, girl, don't be walking across that bedroom floor like that, girl, because you make things happen, son. So she was probably used to that. And that might have added to the fact that's probably how she got Truly. That's how Truly came about. But at the same time, when pushing down the shove, I think that her sadness and the deepness of that depression also was intensified by the fact that he was paying her all this attention, heaping all this praise on her, all this concern, all this time, all this, I'm so interested in you. I'm so present for you. And then as soon as the check comes in and the show drops through and everything starts to move in that direction and they have everything locked up and all of a sudden he's dating this other woman. Now all of a sudden he doesn't need Christine. And much like what happens when the people who are using you for something get the thing that they're using you for, they no longer have a need for you. I think that he fell into that situation with her. Now, the crazy part is that I don't know if we'll ever get a true answer to that because it will require everybody to be honest. And for Christine, she might be willing to be honest, but she might have a bias because things ended the way they did. She might be unfair to him and say, yeah, he totally used me. But then at the same time, if it makes him look bad. But then at the same time, Cody will never admit that he was treating Christine better. According to him, he thought he was treating Christine wonderfully the entire time. So you'll never get that true answer. Let me see. I'll drop the link in the chat. Pin that up top. Oh, but let me get to these super chats. Oh my goodness, I am falling behind. And before we get too far, we gotta go back to the the poll. We've had it open for about a half hour. I'm gonna close it down, or I'll leave it open for another 4 minutes or so, 4 or 5 minutes. But the question is, would you watch Special Forces if it means TLC would give Cody and Robyn a spinoff? Those in favor, yay! I count 4 of you. Those opposed, no, at 96%. So, yeah, like this is, and that's kind of one of the catch-alls too. Like I think that, in fairness, where I was with asking this particular question, where I was thinking about the message to TLC, because I know you guys have your interns watching. Hello, interns. Hopefully you guys have a good cup of coffee and you had a great weekend. But if you guys see this, what this is indicative of to me, at least the sample size, it doesn't really, it's not rock solid. It's not the census numbers or whatever. But what this demonstrates to me, interns, is that what you will do is you will propagate another network show, Special Forces, but I don't think that it will help TLC's efforts to create a spinoff for Cody. I don't think that this is going to, I don't think the coattails from this show is broad enough or strong enough to be able to carry a spinoff. That's kind of where I'm at with that. That was my line of thinking. Erica said everybody loves a shit show. Yeah, that's true. But first, we got the Bronze Empress $4.99 super chat. What's going on, Bronze? How you doing? I can't wait to see Cody exit exists in an environment he can't control, and with women that will read him for the filth that he is. And that's one of the weird things about that's actually one of not weird, but it's definitely one of the risky things about Cody doing this show is because this is a show that he has no editorial power over whatsoever. They don't give a shit what Cody said. I don't want that put on because it make me look bad. Oh, that's even better, son. That's what we look for. We waiting for you to mess up so we can put it on air. You stupid? That's what this show is about. That's why we run our show. This is not Sister Wives. This is Special Forces. You know, so you with that, you would have and it's incentivized for Special Forces to put things in that actually makes him a villain because, like it or not, every reality show, and this is why I'm a little hesitant to say that Christine and Janelle and even Mary should get a reality show because so they have to pick somebody in their life to be the villain. Because you can't name me one successful reality show that doesn't have a damn villain in it. Like you might be able to get away with like the cooking shows or things like that. I'm talking about like reality drama show that doesn't have a villain. Somebody who you could look at and be like, clearly this dude is messing up or this person is a terrible person. If you watch more Sister Wives or Mormon Lives, Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, they have villains. You watch Plathville, villains. You watch, what is that show? Any of them, 90 Day Fiancé, villains. You know what I mean? The way 90 Day Fiancé is going, all of them turning into damn villains before it's all over. Like, so you're going to have that Real Housewives of New Jersey. Teresa Giudice is a villain in that show. So in order for Cody to do a spinoff, either him or Robyn or somebody in close proximity who has power. And that's kind of the thing too. Villains actually work better. Just a little my perspective on story writing. Villains work better, storytelling. Villains work better if they provide a stretch for the protagonist to overcome. So if you have an antagonist who is a lay down dude, like anybody could beat him, right? Then that's not much of a story. That's why, like, if classic villains like Darth Vader. Do you realize, like in Darth Vader, Star Wars, the hero protagonist Luke Skywalker didn't actually fight Darth Vader until the second movie. And in the second movie, Darth Vader not only told him, like, yeah, everything they told you about your daddy was a lie. I'm your pappy, and let me cut your hand off. Let me get your hand. Why not? And cut his hand off. So he maimed his son. So the protagonist lost that fight. Not only did he lose that fight, he lost that fight bad. He had to run away with half his wing missing. That's what I'm saying. He came up short. He came up shorter than a mug. You know what I mean? Like things. Luke was having problems, and then he got off the ship. He was on another ship crying. He said, "Oh, that's my daddy, no hand." You know what I mean? I still feel it. Like he was having problems, right? And it wasn't until the third movie he had to go off somewhere and learn how to fight. So he come back and beat this dude. It took him 3 movies to get it. And that's what made that movie, part of what made that villain classic, is because it took 3 damn movies for the protagonist to figure out how to beat him. Okay. And when you have with Cody, like even with Cody and Robyn being a villain, how villainous is it that Cody's not only cheating and betraying the OG3 and the OG13, but it's crazy. And what made it even more unpalatable was the fact that Cody was doing it and he held all the cards. He had all the money. He controlled the money, the finances. He controlled what they did, how they did it. All of them were subservient to him for whatever reason, right? Religion, community, society, whatever, their upbringing. They were all basically worshiping at the altar of Cody. So he had the power of influence. Like Cody was all powerful. And so for him to be the villain, it made it that much more of a betrayal. It made it that much more of an obstacle for these ladies to overcome. For them to break free, He wasn't a dude who was working at the Getty, pumping gas, and Christine was worth $50 million. And then she just decided one day that I'm finally leaving you, Cody. And then she took and packed the bags and decided to bounce and went and bought a house and lived a wonderful life. That's not what happened. What made it crazy was Cody had taken most of the money. And even once he had taken most of the money, he still went back and tried to take her money. And the part that made it compelling, if we're going to be honest, was that even though he didn't really have a legal standing with regard to getting her money, the same way he was able to get Kody passed away from Christine, maybe she did it because she didn't want to be tied in with the whole tax burden and all that. But there's a possibility she just didn't want to do it because she thought it was a trade-off and then she could make him happy by giving him Kody pass and she take her interest in her home and she would be able to get away. Right? And so the fact that there's a deep down fear or concern from the viewer that she might fall victim to him again. Maybe you'll leave him and then you'll go right back to him because he talks sweet to you, say the right thing. Maybe when she left, there would always be a concern in the back of your head. And I don't care, people, oh, we knew she was tired of it. I'm not saying that she wasn't tired and she wasn't done. What I'm saying is that even with her being tired and done, we don't know what her upper limit is. So there was a possibility that if she would have went back to Cody, we would have been disappointed, but nobody would have said, I never saw that coming. Because that would be part of his influence power over her. And that's what made him such a formidable villain in the show. So when Cody casts his villain, he would have to cast somebody who is more powerful than him. And because Cody has arrogance and ego, I don't know if he would try to put somebody else in that position over him. So because he's going to try to self-produce the show, I think that's part of the reason why his show won't be successful. That's my two. But thank you so much, Bronzed Empress. Appreciate you. Let me give you a little something. All right. Then we have Unlimited Lipstick. JJ, what's up? Members for 2 months. You are so right, James. Cody's love is conditional and transactional, even towards his children. Yeah, I mean, it's sad to watch. And I've seen that kind of thing. And I think that, to be honest with you, I think that's sad because typically, in my perspective, and I could be wrong, I'm willing to acknowledge my own foibles. But in my perspective, if you're the kind of person who allows your love or the love that you receive from others to be on a transactional basis, have a transactional basis or foundation for your relationships and how you conduct those relationships, I don't think you'll ever truly understand the true depth of love, compassion, and companionship. Because that person isn't with you. They're with what you got, or they're with what you can provide for them, or the things that you can do for them. And because they're not really with you, you don't experience the true companionship. Your stuff does. You know what I mean? Like I say, I'm not with him. I'm with his car. You know what I mean? I'm not with her. I'm with her address. Like there's a difference. And you recognize that when things are transactional, it's basically you are a job. You're a job. And like any other job, I've always said that like any other job, if you're working a job and you find a better job, you will leave that first job. And by better, I mean maybe the money is better, maybe the hours are better, maybe the working conditions are better, maybe the management is better, maybe they have more consideration for you, whatever the case may be. If something comes along and it's better than what you at or what you got, you're out. You're out of there. There's no loyalty in that situation. I'm not loyal to most people when they work their jobs. They're not loyal to their jobs. They're loyal to their check. I mean, if you're loyal to a job, and I said this, I worked for a company that actually, at the time they made chapstick was one of their products. And I had said, hands down, if you guys, I like this job, but if you guys ever come in there talking about, James, we can't pay you money no more. Instead, we're going to have to start paying you in chapstick. This is my last day. Hey, thanks for letting me know that your bank accounts are short than a 2-year-old standing in a ditch. Appreciate that, but I'm out of here. Like that's the way it goes, right? Like the job, like the people. I did. I like the people and stuff. The job I was doing, but no, I'm loyal to you like you loyal to me, and I know you'll fire my ass if you can get 2 more nickels on your bottom line and your profit margin. You will let me go. You'll let my whole department go if it means that you get enough bonus that you can buy a Porsche this month. So I'm looking out for mine like you looking out for yours. That's a transactional relationship to me. But when you have an actual relationship with somebody, then you're loyal to each other. You're loyal to each other as people. You have compassion for your partner. You have concern for your partner. You have love for your partner. And not just the stuff that they give to you, do to you, or whatever the case may be. That to me, that's a better relationship. But thank you so much, Unlimited Lipstick. And thank you for being a member. Let me give you a little something. All right. All right. All right. And last but certainly not least, we have Jody Pierce Scala, 5891 499 Super Truth. What's up, Jody? Remember, the focus was to raise all the kids until they became empty nesters. Yeah. That's what they said until sweet, sweet Robins came along. And then all of a sudden, Cody was, he was a Tweety Bird. I thought to put it that. I did see to put it that. And then after that, it was all over. The only thing he was worried about watching grow up was Robyn. Like that was it, And like I said, like it or not, I think that part of the reason why he's so invested in her kids is because they're her kids. It has nothing to do with the state or position that he's in and how he feels about life. He tried to pass that off. Oh, I'm in a different place in life and I just want to watch them grow up because I can and I enjoy it. Well, what about Truly? She's about a year older than Solomon. You don't think she would enjoy watching her daddy watching her go to school or come home or help her with her homework or asking her how her day was or even get a phone call? Hell, drive by and shoot her the bird out the window as you pass her house because you lived down the street from her for how many years in Flagstaff? And you never drove by and did that. So I don't know. I don't know how much that story holds, but I do like, and I think that there was a thing that they had told us, and then I guess in these waning seasons, I'm coming to I won't say I'm coming to a realization. I'm going to start voicing a lot of the things that I've noticed about the Brown family and how they presented themselves to audiences. Because I think we have to start, like, especially without them giving us like real content anymore. Let's start talking about the truth. The truth of the matter is that this family has been dysfunctional for a lot of years. This family was dysfunctional and falling apart before Robyn came into the family. That's part of the reason why I think that it's unfair to a degree to blame Robyn for the destruction of the Brown family, because the Brown family was already destroying itself before Robyn showed up. Robyn, without a doubt, if this bad boy was on life support, Robyn definitely came along and kicked the plug up out the wall. You know what I mean? She did one of these. Whoop! Boo! You know what I mean? She definitely knocked the old boy off. But, it was already at that brink. And it's not that hard to imagine, because in support of that, I would simply say that if this relationship was strong and it was as healthy as they pretended that it was, then Robyn very well may never have come into the family in the first damn place. Let me say that one more again. If this family was as strong as they pretended it was in the first episode, season 1, episode 1, all the way through to the tell-alls and everything else, we love each other and we are working together to make sure everything is great and I just love my wives and my kids. If it was really that great and he was really that tuned in to these women and to those kids, then there is a strong possibility that one, Robyn never would have been able to infiltrate into the family in the first place. Two, if she was able to get into the family, she certainly wouldn't have been able to make as many changes, especially as drastic a changes as she was able to do when she came into the family, because the other wives would have resisted. And more importantly, if they were that tuned in with each other, when they resisted and they said, no, 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 the OG3 as well as the OG13, and they refused or they protested against it, then Cody would have actually heard what they had to say. But he didn't, because he didn't give a shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is. He didn't care. Like, I don't care. Okay. I don't care. I got Thunder Crotch right here. Thunder Cooch. You know, lightning be striking. Who in the darkness cries? You know what I mean? Dolphins crying and stuff. He got that. He ain't worried about what Christine talking about. He didn't give a shit what Mary was talking about. Janelle, as long as she kept her mouth closed and kept covering up them numbers, he didn't care what she was talking about. It was all in an effort to get the things that he wanted. And if he was already fulfilled and he was already getting everything he wanted out of the previous relationships, there would have been room for Robyn. You know, or I'm not saying there would have been room for another wife, but it would have been room for a person to come in and dominate and domineer over top of them, like Robyn did. Oh wow! All right, but let me get that. But thank you so much, Jody Pierce Scholar. All right, let me get a little something, Jody. All right. All right. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Oh, wait, I have one more. Negla, what's going on, Negla? $2 super chat. What's happening, Negla? Long time no hear from. Love it, love it, love it. Love my take fam. Screwdriver and Lord Fauntleroy. Fauntleroy. Right. Negla had to do a drive-by up in this piece. She had to do a drive-by. Hey, what's up, love family? But before I get too far along, bump you. Robyn, I see you over there. Eat 2 bags at Richards, and I'm out. Yeah, man. Big shout out to Negla. That's awesome. All right, big shout out to Negla. Let me give you a little something. All right. That's awesome. All right, good to see you, Negla. All right, but first call in, we have Betty Aldridge. What's happening, Betty?
Hey, sweetie, how are you doing? Long time no see.
I know.
Glad you're doing good.
Good. Let me
Get out. Sorry, my dogs are just everywhere tonight.
No worries. Are you still in Mississippi or are you back in VA?
No, I'm finally back in West Virginia. So
Okay. Living that life.
yeah,
How
my
was
husband couldn't take no more. He's like, if you don't get your ass home.
It's I had all I can stand. I can't stand no more.
Yeah, I think they about starved the whole time I was gone because they didn't eat nothing but damn sandwiches.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
And even then, that was like them PB&J things you buy in the freezer.
Oh no. Don't do that.
Oh yes.
Don't do
So yeah, that and pizza. I'm like, no. Yes, I'm back home and cooking.
Experiment.
Yeah, but I hope y'all stay safe. You know, I know y'all are close to the Atlantic, aren't you?
Oh yeah. Well, that storm is coming. That storm is ripping up. So
Yeah,
I'm not
so
that
you
far
be safe.
south, but yeah, that it's serious. Like it's I think they said it's a category 3.
So it dropped because it was up close to a 5.
Oh, was it? Oh shit. Maybe
Yeah, I think the millibars and all that had put it at 165 miles an hour at one point.
Damn. Ooh.
So if it hits the United States at landfall, we can pray for a 3, which will still be massive, but not as bad as it could be.
Well,
you know, y'all folks in the South know.
Because a 3 will tear your town up. A 5 will rip your house up out the ground and the foundation.
Yeah. A 5 will rip your arms off.
Right.
You can
Right.
be hanging on the tree, and there goes your body. Your arm still be there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Bob's no joke. So I'm
I have
hoping
never.
for the best. I'm hoping everybody, like at the end of the day, like I know there's going to be property damage, but I'm hoping people stay safe, and I hope that people get the
I hope
help.
they heed warnings for if it's coming toward. Most important is heed the damn warnings. Don't be GI Joe.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't be no damn hero. Your
Now,
family needs you
'cause
here.
look, some of the smartest people say, "See ya, I'm out."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's But we were talking. I've never watched this show that he's going to be on. What's oh
Oh,
shit,
special forces.
Special Forces. I've never watched it, but I made this time just to see. But because I wanted to see what they get paid, and it as much as I cannot stand little ooh, curly Q, I'll be
Uh-huh.
nice because I don't want to use that hate word toward him just because I don't need no bad juju coming my way. I got good things going. I don't need to send no
Right.
kind of
Right.
negative. So nope. I'll be good, God. I promise. Just don't send no bad juju my way. So even for that asshole, I'll be nice. But it kind of makes sense from what I looked up. They start about pay ranges and how it works. That would be the one to go on if he's going to go on another type of reality show. You don't want a prize. There, you still get paid no matter the length of time you're on there.
Right.
No matter, and their pay ranges on how popular they actually are. Because from what I read, it can start from 40,000 and go up to max 119,000.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, hell, my old ass would get on there. If I get paid $40,000 and I tap out in 2 days, sign my ass up. I will do it. Throw a backpack on my ass. Come on.
Yeah. Say
And be
first
like,
time they
Granny
meet
will
you
go
on
through
the
this.
moon, like we can come back at 12.
Yep. Be like, okay, I can drop my Uber off. Come back tomorrow. I'll be tapping out.
Yeah.
Be
Yeah.
like, huh? Wouldn't be able to breathe. So, but it's so funny because half the people didn't even know who he was.
Really?
Some of the interviews I've seen on the other people there, they're like, nobody knew who the hell he was, what show he was on. So I was like, he is clearly not that popular. I mean, the other reality stars didn't have a clue who the hell he was, what show he was on, where he came from.
Yeah.
And now they're going on there and they're talking about how much they're actually getting better breaks than he will because they're talking about how much they can't stand him. So they're getting more attention than he is.
Wow.
And even his kids have an opportunity now to make money off of what he did more than he does because they can start Patreon, and which I saw where a couple like, hey, y'all want to watch me cover this? I mean, clearly they could have an opportunity to make money.
Yeah.
Shit, I'd do it. Like I said, but if he's gonna get like Dancing with the Stars and all these Big Brother, you have to go the distance to make any kind of money. I mean, I know that you get a per diem if it's like probably House of Villains or whatever the hell it's called, or Big Brother. My husband loves that show. But you only get paid so much. Like what, a month or a week or something. And if you get voted off, it stops.
Right.
So, I mean, it makes sense to go on that one. If you're guaranteed that even if they told him 50,000, whether you make it through or not, we're going to cut you a check.
Well, I
I'd
mean,
do it.
like with that kind of money, he's making more than he would for Cameo. So
Yes.
he would definitely.
He's probably trying to draw in. His cameos, I've watched other creators cover them. He has nothing new to say on any of them. It's the same recycled shit.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine living with somebody who literally repeats the exact same advice to every single kid? It's like, does nothing original come out of your head? It's like, just like using big words. It's like, he opens a dictionary, points, and says, okay, we're going to use that word today.
Right.
Now, what does that mean? I mean, when they're talking about his cameos, it's literally the same. Well, I have to talk about the best advice I ever got was A Christmas Carol into Richmond. It's like, even with that, it's like, dumbass, you still don't even get the reference on that in your own personal life. He comes back a changed man.
Right.
not an
Right.
asshole.
He just saw some ghosts. It was like Casper the Friendly Ghost.
Right?
You
I'd
know.
be like, shit, can I make a buck off them ghosts?
Yeah.
Mm, Be like,
After his
mm-mm.
sci-fi experience, he just got he was still rich, and he decided
Yeah,
to share some of his riches.
but he didn't share shit.
Right. Right.
Like,
So what are you gonna do, Cody? Nothing. I'm just
what you
gonna keep an eye
sharing
on
with me?
ghosts.
And dumbasses who, I wish I had that kind of money to waste on that kind of shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Who you telling? I
Like,
wish I had the kind of money to
I
waste
want to
on
know who
any
the
kind of
people
shit.
are who,
How about that?
I mean, if you're going to spend $500 on a cameo, bitch, keep the cameo, give me the cash. I got a nice grill that looks pretty damn nice. I want to get one.
Right.
Well, I won't keep you, baby, because I know you got other people waiting. But I'm so excited just to see you back.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. I had a little bit of a hiatus, but spent some time with
Well,
the
you
family.
deserved one.
Yeah, it was
I
a
hope
good
you
time.
enjoyed your time, though.
Yeah, we did.
Girl,
Had an
you
awesome
need to
time.
do you need to start cameo on your own. You
Yeah,
get better advice, and we would actually pay for your shit.
yeah.
You got enough followers, you could come on here and say, I'm doing cameo, and I guarantee you, just about every damn one of us would buy one.
Like at least it won't be recycled. Might be over
Right?
talked. Like this dude wouldn't shut up. He just kept talking. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that there's
Well,
a
shit, that's me. I can never do a cameo because they're like, I paid for 5 minutes. Why the hell is it still 20 minutes in? And I'm looking, going, okay, I got to go.
say 2 hours later. And like I said, story time.
Love y'all, sweetie. You go get to the next caller, and I'm so excited to see you, sweetheart.
All right, thank you so much. It was
You
great
stay
seeing
safe,
you as well,
sweetie.
Betty. Glad to see you got home safe and sound. That's what's important to us.
Well,
Yeah.
you be safe, and I'll
All right.
be following in the background.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Night, night, baby.
Good night. That, ladies and gentlemen, that was Betty Aldridge, Queen of the Spile. We got Tanya Kata in the house. What's going on, Tanya? How you doing?
Hey James, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. You've been holding me down on the speak pipes. I want to thank you for that.
Yeah. I didn't realize I was the only one a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. You saved the show. You were I said you were my co-host. You were my co-host on that show.
I had a lot of thoughts that week.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So my main thing, I was going two things.
Okay.
One, recently there's a rumor going around, have you heard, where they're saying Robyn and Cody took a picture with a fan and the fan is like holding her stomach. Have you heard that?
No. Holding Robin's stomach?
Yes, it's like holding Robin's stomach like she's pregnant. And the whole thing is like, why would anyone hold someone's stomach if they're not pregnant? Like nobody touches people's stomach.
Right. I'm surprised. Is it a man or a woman?
It's a woman.
Okay. Because I'd heard that Cody was a little protective of him.
Mm-hmm. It's a
So
woman. So the picture it's kind of weird. The picture is kind of weird. Um, you'll have to look at that and see and let us know what you think about that.
yeah, I'll check
Um,
it out. But holy, if Robin is pregnant right now, Cody, you're a dummy.
I know.
You got 2 kids in school. First of all, you have 18 children?
Yeah.
And you got like all your kids are in school, if not like you got grown ass kids. And you gonna start over just on that fact. You gonna start over?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Like you can do more with your life than make babies, bruh.
And I don't feel like if they were to be doing that to try and save the show, I don't think that would be it.
No. That'll be like having a baby to save a relationship.
Right.
You know?
Right. I don't think anybody wants to watch Cody and Robyn raise another child.
No. Like I mean, I hope this doesn't come out wrong. I think it might though, because it is what it is. But honestly, I'm not really interested in watching them raise Ari and Solomon.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna keep it all the way a stack.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I really do, like, no disrespect to those two children. Like, you know, they don't have anything to do with, you know, it's not their fault their parents are assholes.
Right.
But I don't really want to watch it. Like, I don't want to see it.
It's not
You know?
interesting TV.
Right. It's not compelling to me. So
Not at all. Not at all. The other thing I was going to ask, do you plan to do anything as far as like reviewing the chapters when Christine's book comes out?
you know what? I'm glad you asked me that. Because I did want to address that. I did want to talk about that. When the book comes out, I will be reading the book, and I do want to talk about the book, but and this is just my thing, because I know that there's other creators who are going to be like, we're going to go chapter for chapter, we're going to read this book together. And I am concerned about litigation because
Mm,
I don't know if Christine will sue you, but I'd be willing to bet that publishing company will. You know, because when
yeah.
I did the Sister Wives, Becoming Sister Wives, it was years. It was maybe about 10 years after the book came out. So there's some protections there. Not really, but I mean, not super duper strong protections, but I do have some protections there because the book had already been out for that long. And if anything, you know, I can counter and say that if anything, I might have inspired more people to actually buy the book or get the book who didn't have the book before because we were doing a book club. If the book is a new book, this is like, you know, a singer or a rapper or a country music person or a movie person coming out with a new product or project, and you jumping on it and you like, oh, I'm gonna play it on my YouTube channel, and they
Yeah.
trying to sell it, like, you
Yeah,
know,
that's true.
it could go bad. So I gotta just figure a way that I'm not stepping on any toes. Besides, I don't want to dampen any of her sales. I don't want to hurt her sales. But I do want to talk about it because I think that Christine, just my feeling on it, I think that she's going to give us enough that we could actually have conversations about some of the things, issues, and points that she brings up in the book.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
I think that that's might be the angle I take, but I don't know if I'm going to actually go in and do a word for word reading. I don't know if that's what you're asking, but I'm just saying, like, because I
Because
can totally see me getting some paperwork.
I think her book is going to answer a lot of speculation that we've had over the years.
Hmm.
And that would be interesting to talk about.
Yeah, yeah. Because you know what, I'm 100% in agreement with that point of it. I can totally see her coming out and saying, "Look, a lot of this stuff that you were told before, especially because, like I said, I think the show is pretty much over. A lot of the ways that I can see Christine saying a lot of the ways that we presented the family before." It wasn't 100% accurate. It wasn't 100% forthright. There's a lot of things that we left out, and I'm going to start filling in some of them gaps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially now that her and Cody are having their disagreement as far as child support and potentially child custody and visitation. Yeah, it could get gritty. It
Yeah.
could get gritty. And from what I
Yeah.
understand, Cody did try to stop. Well, see, I don't put too much into that either, but it's my understanding that Cody did try to stop the book from coming out and her talking about him. But at the same time, I don't know how much I want to read into that because she could say, yeah, this one time Cody was kind of being an asshole and he would try to stop it. You know what I
Right.
mean? But she very well may be like, there was this one time Cody was being a jerk. And here are the examples I have of him doing that.
Yeah.
Specific time, place, how she felt, how he screwed her over, so on and so forth. Whether he was over, because a big contention that I'm sure she might address is like the fact that he spent a lot of time over at Robyn's house. She might start pulling up some of the tapes,
That would
pulling
be
up
awesome.
receipts,
Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting, but yeah, it'll definitely open up some more conversations once that book hits.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, we're definitely going to talk about it,
Yeah.
but it won't be like on page 15. Like I'm
Right. Paragraph
because
3.
I can see that publishing company, because the publishing company, they're not, from what I gather with the publishing company, just doing a loose read on them, they're not a huge organization, they're not a huge publishing company, So they're kind of strip mining to get as much profit out of a product as possible.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to step on anybody's toes when it comes to that. That was my only concern. But yeah, I'm definitely going to talk about it. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about it.
All right. Well, that's all I had.
All right, Tanya. Thank you so much for calling in, Miss Kata. Appreciate
Absolutely.
you. You have a wonderful evening.
You do
Look
the
forward to your
same.
Speak Pipes.
Oh, yeah. You know it's coming this week.
All right. Awesome.
All right.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
All right. All right, y'all. That was Mrs. Kata. You got the live version. Uh-oh. And next up, we got Miss Drive By Herself, Negla 3. What's happening, Negla? How you doing?
What is up, family? My take family. Look, I have to say this before I even go into what I was about to say, because literally I was going to, anyway. Okay. It ain't all about you, Otis. No, anybody paying to see you, Otis. What did he say? David, no, and it was said in real life. Literally, ain't nobody paying to see you, Otis. Fauntleroy, ain't nobody paying to see. Look, we are here to see the train wreck.
Right.
Does that make sense? But not. The thing is, it's very, it's a fine line because there are, you know what I mean? There are children involved. Does that make sense? Like, the adults, y'all do without, y'all can have a throuple of I'm sorry, throuple of sex, whatever. Y'all, you can have as many wives as you want. That's your business. Right. But it don't have nothing to do with me. Anyway, sorry. Oh, dang,
I agree. I mean, look, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it all the way a buck. We grown folk here. Grown folk gonna do what grown folk do. Okay.
Exactly. That's your business. That's your business.
Right.
But leave me out of it. When I wake up in the morning and I'm 8, I need cereal, and then I need to go to school and get a healthy maybe lunch, and then come back home and then eat more than what the first babies, the ones that you was just trying to populate the earth with. I need a little bit more than that. And see, that's where he loses me, because when the baby had her surgery for the scoliosis, he couldn't, and I understand COVID. Look, COVID was a hard time for everybody. I worked in the COVID-19 call center for my city. I'm 1,000%. I understand the precautions, but that's my child. I would crawl through gravel laced with glass to be there when you're telling me that you have to remove my daughter's spine and correct it and make it, so that she can be healthy.
Right.
Yet, I can't, I got something better to do, because, the kids need to go in the morning. They need to go to the school. I've never seen you once, not even in that fake rusty Lexus, drive another human being. Am I wrong?
No.
Oh, no. Oh, he did drive Robert.
Well, he drove.
Did he drive her in that?
And he had other wives in it every now and again. But the whole point is that, like you said, if shame on everybody involved, because if your child, Cody's daughter, is going in, and he went to any other wife's house talking about, oh yeah, I can't get on a plane because I got other responsibilities. No, fool, your only responsibility is to get your ass on a plane.
It's that baby, for that baby. If you call me right now, I have 3. I gave birth to 3. I actually technically have 5. Like, that's the that baby thing or whatever. But either way, anyone right now, you call Negla. You know what? I'm in the state of Ohio. I'm going to New York, New Jersey, freaking the UK. I don't care. I'm going wherever for my baby. Do you understand me? But the thing is, he knew. It wasn't like it was a like emergency, like an acute thing or something like that. It was a scheduled procedure. And the reason why they went to New Jersey, first of all, was because they didn't owe New Jersey no money, but that's a whole nother thing. But and why should Christine owe New Jersey any money if he's taking care of all his kids?
Right.
Am I wrong? No. Medicaid fraud and all that, Medicare fraud and food stamp fraud and all that stuff. And I'm not knocking Christine or anything. You do whatever you have to do to take care of your baby and make sure that your baby gets the best care possible, or eats and all that stuff. But it makes you look like a more of a SHITTY, can I spell it? Father, than we already know you are.
Right.
And you know what? And to go on special forces, really, I'm sorry, and I apologize. I know I'm bringing it, but I am trying to bring it full circle. To go on special forces, didn't nobody want you there in the first place. And why are you here again? He is against literally ex-NFL players. Am I wrong?
He said something about NFL players?
No, I said ex-NFL players.
Oh, you mean
ex-pro athlete or professional athletes? I apologize. No, some of them are used to be like NFL or something like that.
Yeah.
So, and you think you're old sorry, just because you know what, your kids are being nice to you. Okay, look, if we're going out and cutting the trees so that Robyn can have a clear view of the little cesspool in the back, okay? If we're going out and doing that, right? Yeah, your kids are going to be kind to you. They're not going to like, oh, daddy, you know what? You're 50, plus, and look, you already know I'm darn near approaching 50. So, and I can say this with all of my, age and wisdom behind me. But your kids are going to be like, okay, well, you know what, Dad, let me hold that. Let me hold that for you. Or let me brace that tree for you. Or let me, let's put a chainsaw, even his son-in-laws can do that. But they're not going to take that in the quote unquote real world. Am I wrong?
No.
Because I'm not going to brace you up so that you can win the prize. No, just because I feel sorry for you. I don't even like you. I don't even know you. I don't even know why you're here. Like, I know I'm rambling, but James.
No, I got you.
But I not that I wish any malice on him or anything like that. And I'm not going to say anything crazy. Please understand. I'm not, but it's just like, dude, just, use hush mouth grace. Does that make sense? You remember, did your grandma ever you know what I mean? Like,
oh, okay. Yeah, I got you.
Hush mouth grace. No, not you, him.
No,
I'm talking about him. Yeah, just go away somewhere silently and let you know what. And I think what he's trying to do, he thinks that he's going to introduce himself ahead of Christine's book actually releasing, like to mitigate damages or something like that. No, bro, it makes you look worse.
Right. Well, the crazy part is that it could work. I'm gonna come out, introduce myself to the people in America who are familiar with the show, etc., etc. But what he does is suppose he does have a group of people who all of a sudden fall in love with him on the show. Everything works according to plan.
No, I get it.
When people start liking you, they start looking for additional information about you. and here
I get
comes
it.
Christine's tell-all book about
That's fair.
you. So it's
Yeah.
like this is like a recipe. Whoever
But
said this to him, this has every opportunity to backfire on him. Like it's
yo,
more likely that it's going to go the exact opposite way that he planned than
yeah,
that it's going to go the way that he thinks. You know,
1,000% agree, because and also he doesn't know what's in the book. He knows what maybe the lawyers have said. Okay, can we release information about this incident or something like that? You know what I mean? And signed off on it. And I'm okay, yeah, good. Okay, yeah, okay, I signed off on it. But he might think that the whole book is centered around one incident. You know, like for example, if Mary were to do it, well, actually, Mary did do it. Didn't she do it? No, I was all of them. Did the sister wives tell all or what have
yeah,
you?
that was
But
all
like,
of them.
yeah, but let Mary tell her story. And maybe she really did have a different perspective of everything. And maybe that incident, you know what I mean? Like the incident where she was, I think it was Garrison and Gabe. No, it wasn't Garrison and Gabe. Somebody was bullying somebody, or like not bullying, but you know what I mean? Just they were being boys. And yeah, she tried to intervene, but then it was turned around on her. And I was not there. We were not there. Either way, if she were to tell it from her perspective in a book, the publishers may have left that part out because you're getting like 12 different perspectives. Does that make sense?
Right.
Because the van was full of I keep saying truck, but the van was full of, you know what I mean? The van did have kids, and yeah, she was aggressive. They left it in, but you know, they left it in the show, which was to me mind-boggling. But either way, I don't know or understand what that man thinks that he's gonna gain from being on special forces. And I don't understand why these 5 kids, no, is it 5 or 6? Because hold on, he adopted the 3 and then had the
Well, he
2
has 5 with Robyn.
with Robert. Yes.
Right.
So it's kind of like cutting off your hand to spite your face, or no, cutting off your nose to spite your face. And I'm not discounting the kids with Robert at all, but you already created lives before Robert. Does that make sense?
Right.
Just because you want to hold a newborn baby, you know what? Go volunteer at the NICU. Literally, 2 of my kids were in the NICU. Actually, all of my kids were in the NICU, and then 2 spent 1 day in there, and all of that. Go volunteer there. Crochet a blanket for the NICU, but quit having kids.
Yeah. Especially if you don't have time for them. If you don't have time for them, then why keep making them?
And none of the ones that you kept, none of the ones that you had before you had Robert, really are, number one, following your. They may be Mormons, but they're not, polygamous. And literally, you showed them what not to do. So congratulations, TLC. You know what I mean? They did. Oh, was I not supposed to say that? Oh, I'm sorry. Was I not supposed to say that?
No, congratulations. No, that's fine.
To them, to that network, for creating a show that showed us exactly what we don't want to do, which I already knew that. And because, look, let somebody else look at my husband. That's not working.
Huh.
But, hold on. I already said, okay, Mama Betty and, oh, goodness, Michelle Page, our sister across the pond. And, our mod, Lord Jesus. She's in New York. Oh my gosh. I know her name. but it's escaping me. But either way, I just love all of y'all. I love our My Take family. And I thank you, James, for maintaining the safe space. And if you ever leave us for this long again, we will come find you. Okay? My husband laughed at that. He was like, okay. All right, brother. Anyway, I apologize. Brother,
Well,
I will talk. Yes, brother, I will talk to you later. But again, thank you for the safe space to be able to at least converse, not conversate, but converse about. You know what? It almost is reaching the level of conversate with Lord Fauntleroy and Robert. It really is. Sorry. Thank you for creating it. And yeah. All right. I'm sorry. I cut you off, and I apologize.
No worries. Well, I tell you what, thank you for calling in. Appreciate you. Keep up the drive-by comments. Love it.
You know what? No, I can't see. The thing is, people don't understand. You can't see the chat. Well, there is a way to see the chat, but it kicks you out. Like it kicks you out if you go from sometimes SpeakPipe kicks you out from, not you but me. Like it kicks me out of, if I go back and forth between YouTube and SpeakPipe, and then if I go on YouTube, you can't hear me. So yeah, and so it's difficult. But that's if I'm using my phone. If I were on my computer, it'd be a totally different thing. But I literally, when it said, and I was like, okay, let me watch it. I don't know. I'm glad I did, because Mama Betty and my sister Michelle have been on my heart, and also oh goodness, there's two others. The one, the mod, and then there's another one, kind of been in my heart, and so it's a good thing. We are a family, and I say My Take fam. I mean that. I really mean that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Have a great night.
Hanging up now. Bye, baby. Or no, I said, babe. Oh, Lord Jesus. You know I didn't mean it like that. I just meant brother.
I got you. No worries.
My husband's laughing. Anyway, bye, brother.
All right. Talk to you later. All right. Wait, but before I go on, let me I'm gonna close out the 1 second. Oh, Jody Pierce Scala. Remember Jody Pierce Scala with the 499 super chat. Remember, half of the show will be mental, talking about special forces. He is already saying in the clips, we will see him all out sobbing. Victim already before it airs. Oh, I swear. You know what? And I didn't even think of that, Jody. T just said it. I hope he doesn't drag Big G's into this. I hope he doesn't. It would be like, it could be a legitimate expression of emotion, but it would literally be a PR nightmare if he drug his dead son into this damn reality TV show game. It would be cray. Like it would be so crazy. So I'm hoping like he's just, he's had enough, or he's tired. Like he doesn't try to, the reason why I was sad is because I wanted to do this, because I wanted to be closer to my son who passed away, and blah, blah, blah. And as a way for me to reach out to people who aren't familiar with me, I'm going to tell you about how my son passed away at a young age, and he was a young man, and how I took him out and I buried him, and basically do like the hero's tale as far as like the last few episodes of the show. I don't think that will be the best. It just will not go good. But thank you, Jody. I didn't even think about that, Jody. Oh man, Jody. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, but I can see somebody with a rich and strong feeling towards being a victim and always constantly being a victim of a circumstance or whatever. Yeah, this could be bad. Thank you so much, Joe. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Next up, we have Michelle. What's going on, Michelle, from across the pond? How are you?
I'm okay, sweetie. How you doing now?
Doing very well. Doing very well. Still smiling. Probably smiling more than I deserve, but I'll take it.
Oh, sweetheart, any day you're smiling, the world is blessed.
There you go.
Trust.
That's what I
Yeah,
see.
I I lit my peace candle for you and your friend the other week. You
Oh, I
know,
appreciate that.
just you really were on my heart, and I miss you too, Negla. I miss all my take fam. I love you guys to the moon and back. I seriously do. What about the upcoming G.I. Joe then? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that,
Oh,
like I've always said, I think that it's it's a nice, um, expression of like false. I won't say false patriotism, but like you get that feeling like I'm doing this for the country because we come from the greatest country and we want to do the military thing, and I'm gonna show you that I'm a super soldier and I'm a warrior and I'm ready to go. But it's a reality show, game show. It's a game show. It's like it's Fear Factor. You know what I mean? Except for you got helicopters and military uniforms. And I'm not sure how well he's going to do in this particular circumstance or arena because, like I said, especially with his personality dynamic, and they do their research and they know what your foibles are. So I can see them getting like, they'll get the smallest, most petite woman to yell at this dude so that they can push him to his limits. You know what I mean? Because he can't take
I'll,
it.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll yell at him happily, free of charge. I'll pay to do that. Seriously.
But there you go,
Do you know what
TLC.
though?
You got people willing to pay to come and tell Cody what to do. That's your new spinoff right there.
I
He can involve
cannot
with that.
wait to see how these women pull him in a line because they've not come to be told what their place in life is. They're going to school him. They're going to give this guy an education of one sort or many. And I am here for that. I am so here for that. I can imagine that it's going to be one of them carrying him on their shoulder when he faints because he hasn't got enough hairspray. He's mentally breaking down because his curls are not locked in tight.
Right, right. Well, I tell you
Oh,
what, the crazy part is that especially with some of these quiet as is kept, some of these women who are in these units, not necessarily in like the tier 1 units, but they have some women who are in the like in the military. They're good to go. So like it'll be something to see. Like they will humble you. Like some of them will humble you, especially when it comes to like a lot of the physical agility stuff, the endurance stuff. Like you'll be out there and you thinking, Cody's like in his 50s, like 55 or 56, something like that. And he's in good shape for a guy who's in his 50s. But you aren't in the shape of some of these people that they have on this show. And so they will run you into the dirt. Like, so, especially some of these ladies. They'll be out there, rucksack, everything, doing the same thing you doing, except for they getting it done. And you crying, talking about your knees hurt, your back hurt. You want to go lay down? I can't feel my eyebrows. It'll be tough. It can get tough. It can get gritty.
and I mean, the whole thing with like building it up as a team, working as a team to make your goals. This is somebody who has expected the universe to rotate around him for his entire adult life that we can see. How is it going to be if he is called to make a sacrifice of any sacrifice, for any of his teammates? And they're going to be holding hostility if he doesn't come through for them. They're not
Right.
going to be sitting on some back porch going, "Oh, that really hurt that he brought up that." No, they're going to be like, "Where were you? Where were you?"
Right.
I just, and the whole, I'm a bit concerned about some of the things that Negla is and some of the things that you've said as well. Like, I hope he leaves Garrison alone out of this,
Mhm.
because that to me would be the last modicum of human decency
Right.
leaving him. This is not, and the thing is, it is designed to break you. It is
Right.
designed to break you. So best he be prepared for that. You know, not that you could be, I don't think. But I'm also wondering whether it's like someone else said, like an image thing. I'm older now, but you know, I'm still kicking butts at my age. I've still got it all going on. Maybe looking for a potential wife, putting that net out there a little bit wider. I mean, I don't know. Who knows how his mind thinks? Does his mind work? Well, we know his loins do. There's physical evidence of it, but I really, really hope that he takes this experience and makes something out of it that will make him grow, instead of staying the same stagnant, winded old Bart that he is. I just hope that he learns something from this experience.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't
And I
think he
want to
will.
see him get yelled at. I really
Yeah,
want to see him get yelled
I don't
at.
see him yell. I don't see him learning much. It's just kind of how he rolls. Like, you know what I mean? Because especially if the only way you really learn stuff is if you're willing to accept your responsibility or your hand in it and take that
Yeah.
accountability. And if he's not, like, if he's looking towards the other team members and trying to find blame in somebody else, and you guys, you don't understand what I'm going through. I went through 4 divorces in a year, 3 divorces in a year, and I lost my son, and I'm going through all these things. That's why I can't do these push-ups. Like, one thing has nothing to do with the other thing, bro. Like, you can't do the push-ups
No,
because
no
you can't do the
correlation.
push-ups, you know. So that's where I'm I'm just saying, like, I feel like I'm setting myself up watching it now, because I didn't till I read that thing from Jody. Like, I really didn't think about it. That he probably will bring it would be on brand. I'll say it that way. It'll be on brand for him to bring Garrison into it. And I don't
Yeah.
think that's fair.
I think the other thing is, it's like, I wonder how this is going to compare to his previous death-like experience that he had.
Yeah.
You know, when he really is suffering mentally, he's lethargic, has no access to all of his beautifying products. I really wonder how what kind of slogan he will make that Janelle could put on the next lot of t-shirts out of this. You know, because to be honest with you, I really resent the way Cody behaved during him describing his COVID experience. I really resented that. I had people that I knew that I loved, like many, many, many millions of other people that had people die.
Right.
And the way that he was, like, in the hospital car park planning on malingering to get in there. And Robyn, why do that to your kids? Make your kids believe there's a possibility you're not coming home from hospital. You're that ill. You know, Cody collaborating with her to let them poor anxious kids believe their mum is that sick she could be on her way out. She could die. I've said it in one of my videos. It's sick to do that to children that are already gigantically anxious, outwardly anxious. The way that he behaved during that. And how's he going to cope being away from the nest for the time
Right.
it takes to do this show?
Yeah, I think it was only 2 weeks,
Mm,
but he said before he
but she
couldn't be away
can't
from his
cope.
kids for 2 weeks. So I don't know.
Yeah, how's she going to cope? Who's going to take the parcels in for her when she's too weak to get off the sofa?
Right. Well,
The
plus he's
mind
got to take the kid. I guess the
boggles.
kids are going to stay awake the whole time because he was the one tucking them in to sleep.
Oh, you know they're going to be living on Skittles and milkshake. You know that. Because she's too pretty to cook. Too pretty to cook. And if he's not there, who's going to do the DoorDash ordering? You can't be breaking them nails now, James. Oh, no. No. We're getting wild out there. No.
Yeah, right.
Ariella, it's going to be like Lord of the Flies, and you'll have little Ariella standing on top of the mansion with a flag. Dad, come home. You know. Well, anyway, it's been lovely to see you. I hope every single one of you is having a blessed time, and I love every single one of you. I think you're all amazing peeps, and thanks, James. You are still the legend.
I appreciate that. I appreciate
Still the
that.
legend, darling.
Thank
But
you
I'll
for
let you go
calling
and
in.
let someone else chat. All right, darling, no worries. Bert's just written me a note. Cody, more like Play-Doh than G.I. Joe.
There you go. Another fun time toy from our childhood. That and Slinky.
Yeah. It's more pliable, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
You have a wonderful rest of your week, guys, and I'll see you all soon. Love to the fam.
All right, take it easy.
Bye.
Have a good night. Awesome. She was back. That's Michelle, y'all. Calling in from across the seas, across the pond, as it were. But next up we got Megatron. What's going on, Megatron?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. What's happening?
Man, you know, I said I've been so lost. You been gone. I ain't had nobody to vent on. So my kids just been around here catching strays like hell. No. But I just I just looked up this pregnancy picture when somebody posted in the chat. And I said, Robyn, Cody already complaining about having to take care of your children without the family money as is.
Right.
And then you talking about another, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. But this dude on this show, like, can we start what is one of them change.org petitions? We're gonna start a new show where what is it, TLC Big Brother, where we gonna trap him in the house with Maddie, Peyton, David, all the people that don't like him, Gwen. And he gotta be forced to deal with the issues with these people, because those are the heavy hitters in the family. The wives not so much, just because I feel like if you, like you said, if you put them on the stage together, they just gonna cower down and get quiet.
Right.
But like the Peyton and Madison, they ain't scared of them.
Yeah.
They not gonna, you know what I mean? They not gonna be quiet. So let's start a new If we're gonna do a spinoff, let's do the spinoff like holding him and what's the Duggar dad? Like, we're gonna put them in the room with what's the daughter that be talking trash on her husband? They can't stand him. Jill, is it Jill?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, we're gonna make these people accountable, these Platteville people. Now, I don't watch the show, but just looking at their hair colors lets me know all I need to know.
You've been informed. You've been warned.
You know, I said, we talking about some putting Cody on all these shows. Man, Robyn is pimping this man out so bad he don't even realize it. Cause look at it, she getting a break from him. She can move how she want to. She can melt the credit cards. He ain't there to stop her. And he bringing her money home. to replenish what she took out. See, now he ain't got nobody to blame it on. He can't blame it on the family fund, the family fund, the family fund. Because ain't nobody here with access to this money but you.
Right.
Now I feel like her older kids gonna start taking the heat.
That's right. You know, and the crazy part is that he'll go away, make some money, and then come home to a bill like, oh, okay, we're gonna go away. We're gonna make enough money. We're gonna be able to cover the bills we have. We should be okay. You go away, you work that extra time, you come back, and you got more bills.
Right, exactly. And she gonna be sitting there with that razor thin bottom lip of hers, those crocodile tears, and that the cold sores, acting like she doesn't understand. And he gonna be sitting there looking. I'm telling you, them 3 strands of hair on that hairline gonna be quivering because he gonna be so mad. But see, he ain't better take it out on him.
Right.
I'm telling you, I'm really and truly praying to God that these people on this show tell him a new one. Because he can't control the narrative here. He can't control the narrative. And not saying that I know this dude personally or nothing, but the personalities that I've seen on this show are not people he would be in cahoots with naturally. In his natural habitat, he wouldn't bat an eyelash at a lot of these people. You got a gay black guy on the show. You got a mouthy woman that done been to prison. Like, these are all people, honestly, in actuality, Cody thinks is beneath him. And I think that is going to show up at the very beginning. You people are beneath me. And I feel like that's going to kind of really be the meat of this his interaction with these people on this show.
Yeah, you know what? Because I think that because if they get any idea or inkling about who he is and what he's famous for, I think he'll have problems. Because everybody that you listed is anti that thing. They'll be like, Teresa Giudice is not listed as a her character personality, and the thing that she's famous for is not bowing down to dudes. You know,
right.
Same thing, but you know what I mean? If you go through the list of like all the characters that they have, that's not their character trait or thing that they're most famous for. So you're already creating, I mean, the casting on it isn't bad just from the respect of you're putting people in the same room who are going to naturally have disagreement because they're naturally diametrically opposed to each other.
Right.
You know, like is even like you're talking about Jesse Smollett.
Yeah.
Juicy. Juicy Smollett. At the end of the day, like the thing that he's most famous for, even beyond Empire, is falsely accusing MAGA supporters of jumping them and whipping their heads. And you know what I mean? Like,
and we know Mr. Man is a supporter.
With that, yeah. So it's gonna be problems. Like
so I'm wondering, Jane, do you think maybe when these people say, "Oh, I didn't know who he was," I believe they lying. I believe them producers done snuck them little cue cards in the back. Like, look, this is the dude from Sister Wife. He messed over all 13 of his children. Like, this is so. I think that they saying they don't know who he is, but I feel like it's a producer a messy. Because if I was a producer, I'd be messy like that too. I kind of give him a little, little nudge in the head. Like, this is the guy that stole millions of dollars from the 3 wives and then didn't go to the hospital when his daughter had surgery, but he sat in a parking lot when his little phony wife tend to have had COVID and then wanted to lie to get in there just so he can be with her. Meanwhile, he done left her kids home by themselves to fend for themselves. Cause he's so busy trying to get in there to see what they doing with her and if she got a male doctor or not, and just a whole bunch of foolishness. But I believe those production people did their job and kind of gave them the heads up beforehand.
No, I agree with that. Because I would be surprised, because the whole purpose of having people who are diametrically opposed to each other is to express that opposition. So it would be a waste if they didn't tell him, like, tell us yourself. And I'm sure he's more than willing to say something to the effect of, I got 4 divorces Oh, you've been married 4 times? Yeah, at the same time now.
At the same damn time.
Yeah.
They gonna be looking like this nigga here is nasty.
It's gonna get bad. It's gonna get bad. So
But on to another thing, what you guys are about him bringing up G. Like I really hope this man don't attempt it or don't try it. I really hope he don't. But we know him. This man will sacrifice any and everybody to make himself look good or think he coming out on top. I got a sinking feeling that that's exactly what he gonna throw this baby name around as soon as he step in there.
yeah.
I think that's the basis of him even doing the show.
Yeah,
I
can see
really
him
feel like
playing
that's gonna be the
that
basis.
Yeah, yeah. Because I was gonna say I could see him wait until it got started getting tough, but I think you might be right. I think he'll come in and say like the whole reason I'm doing this is because I want to be closer to my son. His MOS wasn't a tier 1 group, so like,
Yep.
like you know what I mean. That would be like me joining like call myself going down joining a country club so I could play golf. Like I'm just thinking about my cousin who used to play for the Rams. Like that's
Right.
the NFL team. What are you talking about? Like
Because we know his personality. He will extort any and everything that he has availability to get his way. And we know this. So let's not expect that he's not gonna do that. I truly, in my heart of hearts, that's gonna be his first thing when he walk in there. To be close to my son. And mind you, the whole time you ain't talked to this boy, you called him a jerk. You just don't want to be bothered with him.
right.
You're not gonna tell that. See, Cody is one of like the kids that'll tell you the part that makes them look victimized, but don't tell you the part where they were the one carrying on, acting a fool in the classroom, and the teacher gave them, because I'm a school teacher, so I deal with these parents all the time where they get not even half the story, they get 3% of the story and don't get the rest of the 97%.
Yeah.
And then you in the parent teacher conference calling me all sorts of incompetence, and then when you see, oh. And instead of apologizing, it's well, what can you do to communicate better with me? You know what I mean? Like Cody's that kind of personality. There's him. I'm telling you, this dude is already going in using his son as an excuse.
Yeah,
He already we know him. He will sacrifice any and everybody. Even Robyn ain't safe. He'll throw her under the bus too if he had to, just like he did when they had him and Mary had the conversation. He brought up that covenant. You see how she looked at him? That's why she turned her head. Because this was a secret conversation, and you bringing it out in front of the cameras.
Right.
So yeah, he gonna. I'm telling you, this man's gonna take every chance to throw somebody under the, not even throw somebody under the bus, but every opportunity to get out. Like you said, as soon as it start getting hard, it's gonna be somebody else's fault. It's not gonna be his fault. Well, I bet you this is gonna be Christine's fault because he couldn't do the pull-ups like he supposed to. Because it was a death-like experience for him when he got that divorce.
Yeah, right. I went through all these divorces and changes, and it's not my fault that I'm breaking down.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you got kids getting hit by cars and you ain't checking on them. You got another one, kidney failure. You laid up with your girlfriend. You got another one that had her whole spine cracked open. You ain't doing like. We really and truly cannot expect anything from this man at this point. If you expect any moral, not even justification, but any moral, what's the word I'm looking for? Any way that he's gonna do the morally right thing, please stop deluding yourself, because he's not gonna do it. This man has showed us for 20 seasons he has no morals. For 20 seasons, old folks say when a person tell you who they are, believe them. Believe them the first time.
Right.
And when he left that baby sitting there, and the producers left that baby sitting there in the corner, looking ashen. And he didn't even spend the night. He left her with the teenage daughter. Because he had to tuck Robyn's grown, rusted tween children in. She didn't even have Saul and Arya at this point.
Right.
He has no moral compass. Like, we honestly cannot expect anything from this dude. So I keep saying, oh, we hope he do. No, Cody has showed us for 20 seasons who and what he is. I think it's safe to say we can believe.
No, I think that's a fair play.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious as to see how this is gonna play out. I'm so curious. And if anybody open up a betting pool for how long he gonna last? Because I won't in on this.
Well, what's your over under on how long you think he'll last?
Right. I'm gonna give him 3 days.
Okay.
I'm gonna give him 3 days because Cody don't like nobody telling him what to do. He don't like nobody telling him what, and if he ain't in charge, like, well, I'm gonna shut you down. I can see him now telling one of them. I've never seen the show, so I don't know if it's recruiters or whoever. I can see him telling one of them, "I'm gonna shut you down." I can see him right now telling one of them men, I'm getting ready to shut you down because I don't like this conversation." Man, they're gonna take him behind that shed so quick.
Yeah, it can get brutal, but it'll be and that's what I mean. Like, it's the he has the safety of being on a TV show. You know what I mean? Like, they'll keep it legit because he's on a TV show, and they won't go too crazy on him.
I want to see the uncut stuff, like the behind the scenes, because I can imagine the chaos he has caused behind the scene, throwing his tantrums.
Well, see, the crazy part is that Cody isn't the only one, because they have a few people on that show that are
Prima donnas.
Yeah. So it's he's not the only one. He's not the only one, not even by far. Like, Cody, as crazy as it is, Cody might not even be the worst one on this show, like, of the cast.
See, I'm only familiar with him and Justy. I'm not familiar with the lot of the rest of them.
Yeah, Teresa Giudice is a piece of work too, and she's there with her daughter. Yeah, they're both something else. So
I can see them jumping him.
Yeah, it can get bad. It can get bad. So I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. But like I said, I'm glad you're back, and I'm glad you're smiling, you're happy. Like I said, I missed you today. I said, Dad, ain't got nothing to do. Ain't got nothing to do now.
Well, I'm back. I'm back in effect.
Come on back, baby. What's all? Don't live and sing, baby, I'm back.
Yeah, right?
And you need to get some merch. Like, what's up with the merch?
Yeah, I do have to pull some merch together, get some stuff together. I got
because your coffee mug. When you be sipping from that coffee mug. Listen, I am so tickled. I'm like, I really need me a Mate coffee mug.
Yeah, I gotta get one.
So when we up here on live, everybody can have their mug. Because I need something to sip out of too.
Right.
Maybe a wine glass.
Gotta get your sip on.
Right. Cause Cody, Cody and Robyn makes you sip. If you don't sip, you gonna commit a crime. And with DC, because I'm in Montgomery County, Maryland, and we got the National Guard just everywhere right now, currently in DC. So it's like, let me just sit home. I need some little sippy sip because my nerves is bad. My nerves is really bad. There's a lot going on in the world. Then you got to deal with his foolishness, and then she fronting like she pregnant. Girl, sit your old dusty eggs down somewhere.
Well, she gotta be special. So.
And then he's sitting up here with 8 grandkids that he ain't seen in years, talking about another baby.
Yeah, somebody had said that McKelty just had her baby. Not McKelty, Aspen.
Aspen, yeah, she had her baby. I heard. Okay. But I mean, you got Maddie. He didn't even know Maddie had 2 out of her 4 kids. He had to hear that through the grapevine.
That's terrible.
And then he talking about having another one. I reckon he's starting over with this one. And I can see him. You know what? That's a whole nother conversation. I ain't even gonna go there. I'm not even going there tonight, James. But it was good to see you, good to speak to you, good to interact with everybody. I'm happy you're back.
Well, thank you very much for calling in. I appreciate you.
All right, y'all be easy and get your turkeys.
I heard that. I heard that. You've been warned. You know what I
All right.
mean? Have a good night.
You too.
All right. All right. And we have Janet up next. What's going on, Janet?
Hi James, can you hear me? I think I
Yes.
got my microphone right. Okay, thanks. I just wanted to say like everybody's like opinion so far, I feel like they're in my head. Like, like I also think that if you're gonna get merch, you might have to split it with Megatron and something on like a shirt that says sit your dusty eggs down. Megatron, like I'm dead. That's so fucking funny. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Robin's the same age as me because I feel like I looked it up once when they showed her breakdancing video, and I remember seeing on video like what I think it was in 1998. I think she's a year younger than me. Like I'm 46, and I'm like, why are you talking about getting pregnant? Not that you can't, but
Mhm.
like, are you are you trying to make us think that you're younger than you are? You're not. And I think that like part of her identity must have been like the young, pretty, like whatever wife. And it's like we all get old, and that's weird. I didn't know anything about her talking about getting pregnant, but I remember on one of the shows she was like, "We think about having another one. We're just not sure. Maybe there's like a dark-haired kid I see in my dreams. Maybe we were meant to adopt." And I'm like, "Are you trying to convince us that you are like that your eggs are dusty?" Anyway, I just thought it was really funny. She said, "Sit your dusty eggs down." But about him being on special forces, I don't know anything about this show, but the more you guys were talking about it, I'm like, I'm gonna have to watch the show because he is going to be on a show where he can't control anything,
Right.
and he doesn't, we don't know how much he controls behind the scenes, but like the way it like what we see on the outside, it's like the producers get their digs in for sure by showing him in a certain light, but he's not self-aware at all, so he's saying stuff, and Robin will be like, no, 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 don't say that, or he means this. There'll be no Robin there, nobody there to
Mhm.
like tell him he's the best and like stroke his ego. And it's not to say he won't get along with anybody. There's a lot of different personalities, as you said. Like reality TV thrives on that. You need a villain. You need somebody who like, is not necessarily get along with everybody. That's fine. But I'm very interested to see. Like I thought your guys' example of like if a chick who's like stands up to him and like is powerful and stuff and like she's little and telling him what to do, I think that's going to be hilarious. I don't know when the show comes on though. Like is it started yet?
No, I don't think so. Let me
Okay.
take a look.
Yeah, I thought that was like some really interesting things that people were saying about like why it would be interesting to watch him, because in my experience of watching the show, he says things and he doesn't seem to be aware that he's presenting himself in a really negative light. Uh, I actually think it'd be really good to see him on that, and I think it's like you guys said, like I don't know, like I don't think you ever have talked about watching Big Brother. It's a little bit of a sidebar. I'll be quick, but one of my favorite characters on that show was like season, I can't remember what season it was, 18 I think, but her name's Davon. She actually was on 2 seasons, and
Mm.
it shows them in the jury house. Let's just say you don't have to know much about Big Brother, but just to say like she's in the jury house and talking to this guy who's always like telling off the women in the house, including his girlfriend in the house, and treating her like shit and stuff. And she's like, she comes up to him and she's like, I ain't seen you walk up to a man yet. You'll talk to me, but you won't say anything to a man. And that's what that reminds me of. That reminds me of like how I can't remember which person who called in was saying it, but like, or it might have been you, but like, if he says the wrong thing to the wrong person, like, you're not with your sister wives anymore. They're not gonna
Right.
like take it well if you think you're the boss of everything. So I don't know. I think it could be really interesting for us to all watch together for sure. And like when Tanya said about like us like talking about the book, do you know when it comes out?
The book comes out in September, as well as the Special Forces comes out September 25th.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm definitely interested to hear like definitely what you have to say about that and everybody else. But I just thought everybody who called him was fantastic. Like I thought like when Negla said she brought up like I mean shout out to Negla for saying the thing and calling the pond a cesspool. That was funny too. I was laughing out loud at that one. Like I just I don't know, like I think that whatever Cody ends up saying about the like Christine's book, because like you had mentioned, oh, like maybe he's going on this show on honestly like preemptively to like kind of like do that for his image versus the backlash he's probably going to get from Christine's book. But like Christine's book is going to be her perspective. It's going to have bias, of course, like 'cause she's that's her perspective. But if you look at like the amount of the kids who are close to Christine and the amount of kids that are close to Cody, I feel like even if people make allowances for the fact that this is Christine's perspective, he said, she said, whatever, but like all your kids went with her.
Right.
So I feel she has credibility. I think that no matter what she's, even if what she says in the book is obviously like a biased perspective, it's not meant as it's not meant to be like an unbiased like reporter perspective. It's her perspective,
Right.
but I think that like he's enraged by that because he doesn't have any power to say like to basically call her a bad sister wife, and that's why she has this perspective. So I'm interested to read it for that reason. It could be disappointing. It might not have as much like juicy stuff in it as like we would hope, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if the other wives followed and maybe like I don't know what Janelle, but like I think Mary probably would release a book or something just to listen to like the different perspectives would be good, and to see him on the special forces. I'm definitely gonna watch it because I think um it's his defense always seems to be that his wives are jealous of each other, they didn't know how to treat each other well, blah 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 blah. There's all these reasons why they think he's an asshole, like the COVID, everything else. But like if he's on with brand new people who aren't his family, that person he can't use those excuses, I don't think.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I think it'll be interesting to watch for sure. And I'm really glad you're back. It was so nice to like that you like had a vacation. That's awesome. But like I thought one thing about the community that's really nice, and Nigla, I think it was Nigla who said like what a nice family it is. It's like everybody missed you so much and misses like the community, because I think even if we all have different perspectives, we like just really like being able to like all talk to each other, and you got a good thing going on for sure. It's great.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Well, you guys did it, so it's not really that part isn't me. I just opened up the door, turn the lights on.
Yeah, but you're
You
at
guys
the
made the party.
center and you let people talk and you're really funny, and like just it's great. I do think that it'd be interesting to see like, oh geez, I think it was a Megatron's idea. I don't know, I might have that wrong, but when they were talking about what a good reality show would be, it'd be like to put him in a room with the kids who aren't scared of his perspective and like fighting with them. And
Right.
I was like, oh my God, that somebody needs to do that. Not that he'll
Right.
necessarily do it, but like he's so arrogant. I was like, could he be like, talked into doing a show like that? It's like that's such a good idea because they're not scared of him. They're not scared to say anything to him, I don't think.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, I think it would be interesting just from the perspective of you would have the challenges would be there, and they would have
Mhm.
the opportunity to be able to express themselves in a way that they wish to express themselves without
Yeah,
the limitations of, you know, I'm I'm your dad, or if you guys treat me
exactly.
like this, I'm not going to talk to your mama no more or
Yeah,
whatever. Yeah.
100%. Yeah, no, for sure. Thank you so much. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I'm
All
really
right.
glad that you're doing this show. Nice to talk to you again, and I hope
You as
everybody's having
well.
a good night. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye,
Thanks.
James.
Bye. Awesome. Next up, we got Janet. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I just left Janet. Ba-doo. All right. Next up, we got Linda. Linda, what's going on?
Hey, hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, welcome back. You were on
Thank you.
vacation. I got on the show late because I was doing something, and for whatever reason, my phone didn't ding, and then it dinged like late, and it was like live. Wait, he's back. Oh, okay.
Yep, I'm
So
back.
welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful vacation.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
dare you leave when this dropped? Because when I read about this, because like I'm up early, like 6:30 in the morning to start working, and I'm checking all my messages and things, and I saw that special forces. I'm like, oh my God, how do I get this to James? We got to talk about this shit. This is crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
And, I did cut and paste, and then I found your thing on Facebook, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like so frustrated, but you deserve a vacation. And it's just so crazy because I need a vacation from Sister Wives. It's the stuff that's been hitting my Facebook feed is all the stuff that's triggering me and getting me angry. And I'm like, oh, I wish I could do a show with James or maybe convince James to talk about all these things. And I'm like, wait, he said some of this stuff was old, but boy, they've got some clips, James, that where there's no redemption for Kody. There's just absolutely no redemption. So when I saw about the special forces, I'm like, okay, let's see if anybody leaks anything. So Gia Giudice leaked just a little bit. Someone named Chicken Tender or Chicken Wing. I was trying to look up while I was waiting to get her name. I think Sarah Fraser was the first one to cover it. But this girl actually mentioned him by name. She said that he was he was combative and no one got along with him. So I think he went in with a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the older seasons are on Hulu. And I checked a couple. Listen, I could be one step from homelessness and I will live in the train station and not do any of this. It's not the physical stuff, it's the mental stuff. Like they put you in a room, put a hood over your head, and start berating you and questioning you. This man will lose his shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was trying to find it because I thought I had saved it. So one of the few things that people said is that, yes, he's going in using Garrison as an excuse. And everyone looked at the timing because what is this? This comes out a week after the book or so.
Right.
But someone made a valid point where, he had 3 sons that did military service, Peyton and Hunter as well. Like Logan didn't do anything. And then, of course, the youngest one, Gabe, didn't. And I refuse to count Robyn's son, God bless him wherever he is. But the person made a point, and I read it and I'm like, you know what? This makes sense. It's almost like an FU to all of them. Like he needs to do this he's trying to rebrand, which he needs to wait 3 to 5 years to rebrand like Kate Goslin is doing now, where he wants to have this military connection and just show, like, I think respect for Garrison. I think it's way too late. Like you burned down the barn on that one. But also just knowing him, like what we've seen, it's sort of like I could do what you did.
Right.
Right. Like that thing, like, because I always feel like he likes to rub people's face and things when people are better than him. But I'm definitely not going to watch it because I don't want this to get any type of ratings. I will be watching if you cover it. If you do cover it, I'll definitely be calling in and watching and commenting. But it's like, I don't want to give it any ratings, where people will think that it's, or, these producers will think that it's him. Because I read, they don't get paid, but they could charge their publicity fee, which could be anywhere from 150 to $500,000. And I'm like,
wow.
Yeah, I read it. Like you do not get paid to get on the show. You could get charged your fee. It's there in the comments. Someone actually cut and paste and put it in. And I'm like, no, this fool got $500,000, maybe at best. Like if they think he's worth that, hopefully he didn't get anything. Like 100,000, they'll blow that in 2 minutes. But I don't want to ramble on. But the one thing that I'm really not feeling too much, I have a funny feeling that Christine is going to mislead us with her book. And the only reason I'm saying that is they got the series because of Christine, because she really believed in the life and the polygamy, and she wanted to put it out there. No, girl, you wanted to stop eating, moldy bread, and you wanted to find money because your man wasn't doing it. And I just, I felt like when I started watching all things, I'm like, they're all inauthentic. All of them acted. The only one who showed who she really was Robyn.
Right.
Robyn showed she was, and you know what, James? Not so much the villain. I think what she did was this. She studied it. She saw that these women kowtowed to Kody and complied, and she wasn't having it. Like if you could look at her without all the history and the anger and just study what she did, She just went in and studied what she was doing. And when she went in there, she says, no, I'm going to do the opposite.
Right.
And if you look at it, you'll see some things where she'll tell him something. He will come back at her, but not as hard as he did with the other wives. But I just think that Christine is going to take us for a ride. I don't think it's going to be anything true and authentic because we don't know if those NDAs expired.
Right. Right.
You know, so she could go on the things that irritated us, but it's like I don't know. I think we've been taking on this ride where these women could have pulled out sooner and they didn't because maybe they were relying on this check too much. But there's such a thing called integrity, and there's such a thing as setting an example for your children.
No,
You
I
know,
agree with that.
I'm like, I don't know. I think my eyes are opening. I don't feel sorry for these women anymore. I really don't. My compassion level kind of just went out the window. I just like rewatching things because it's like one of the other, commentators said, I would crawl through grass. I'm not a mother. I'm the aunt. I'm a godmother. I'm a sister, but I'm the oldest sister. So as the oldest sibling, we have that DNA where we will fight Godzilla for our family.
Mm.
I didn't see any of the women do that. You
Right.
know, you let your kids get dragged around. They lost scholarships. They lost, elective offices that they were holding in school, things that would build them up. You let it happen. The one that didn't let it happen too much was Janelle, because it's my understanding she lived on her own for 5 years. But there was always some arrogance about her that bothered me. And I think it's because she had a higher financial security. But then when
Mm.
she didn't, look how she ended up in an RV.
Right. Right.
I
Well,
don't
I
know.
think in fairness of something that you said, and this is, don't come for me, bro. But like in fairness, it, it begs the question, even in light of, and this is like, ladies, if Janelle, Christine, Mary, you ever watch my show or you hear about it through the interns, this is one of the concerns that you should have when you're considering a spinoff show, is that people will start to look at you outside of your relationship or outside of the relation that you have to Cody and Robyn, and you have to stand on your own too. And when push comes down to shove, kind of in line with what you were saying, because I think I've said this before. I don't know. Maybe I've never said it publicly, but uh, breaking news. But when you look at it, you could make the argument that each one of the wives weren't necessarily fighting for equal time as much as they were fighting for their time. You understand? And there's a difference. And so Janelle, I think we had talked about it. Tanya Carter, she actually talked about it extensively in some of her stuff. Daisy Reyes as well brought it up with regard to Janelle. And knowing that Cody and Robyn were spending family money on things that weren't related to the family, and they
Yep.
were going through the family money, but she never came back and told anybody until
Yep.
recently, you know. And so that begs the question, like, why didn't you tell? Like, why didn't you let everybody know? You should have been passing out copies of the book at the family meeting when everybody was
Yes,
sitting around
sir.
the table. Like, what the
Yes,
hell is going
yes.
on with the money?
Thank
You
you.
know?
Yes.
And so, in light of what you just said, in respect to, and that's just one example. We could go through example after example for all
We
three.
could be here all night, and I got to
Yeah,
work
yeah,
tomorrow.
right. We could do it, but at the end of the day, if we give Robyn all benefit of the doubt, at the end of the day, Robyn did what benefited Robyn in this particular situation.
Yep.
And that's all she did. Like, she came in, she saw the weaknesses that were exposed, she
Yes.
took advantage of them. And the family, because the family was in the state that they were in, because they were lying about how close they were and how good the family was. If they were actually that close, there wouldn't have been places where Robyn could come in and so easily exploit those weaknesses within the family and take the family over.
Bingo.
You
You said that. That is it right there, James. You hit the nail on the head. She found the weakness and she exploited it, and they weren't. And
know.
it's like I never read the book. I wished I had, because then I would have never invested time in this series, because I think there's an ick factor that his second wife was Janelle, and Janelle was Mary's sister-in-law,
Yeah.
and they weren't that close.
Right.
Like, I just thought that was just grimy. She broke all girl code. I'm so sorry. She broke all and then the thing is, she had to convert. Now, you were my sister-in-law, and I guess I was a little close to you, and I called you, hey, come check out my new beau. And, 3-4 years later, I'm sharing him with you. No wonder why that girl never got pregnant. I think she's lucky she squeezed out Mariah/Leon, but I think she just had a frozen uterus from all of that, because I don't think she was ever ready. They did the polygamy state way before she was ready. Way before she was ready. And if you read about it, Christine wasn't that nice either. Christine was a little biatch, where she would, torment Mary about her fertility. So let's not look at her like, the princess that got away. She was not a very nice woman. She wasn't. And I think, we all have our faults, but let's not play favorites and say this one was good. No. I think they all conned us. And maybe we need to get away from them a little bit, because look at how successful they are now. My question is, they couldn't stand up to Kody to all be successful in businesses. They let this man waste his money on pipe dreams. You have sheds full of businesses that never took off, merchandise that's sitting there, and you're worried about paying your mortgage and feeding your kids. Look at how successful Janelle's going to be with the property and how she's dividing it. Like the member that lives across the street from her has told us how she's really going to make it financially. Christine just got another BNB. Mary is, I guess she's still doing her thing, maybe not as financially successful as the other two, but successful nonetheless. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't know. So you let this man stand on your neck like that, but you also let him do it to your kids. And that to me is unforgivable. Like, again, I'm not a mother, I'm the older sister, the favorite cousin, the favorite babysitter. Like, that does not sit well with me. That's against everything that you should be as a mother. And
Right.
I don't know. I'm going to start. I love your show, so I don't know how I'm going to wean myself away. I think I'll just use it to take out my stress from work. On these broads. But I really step back and I really study that. And I'm like, they're just as bad as he is, because you let this man ultimately kill your kid.
Right.
Because I think if the police were to get the records and get the texts, I'm sure Kody sent something snarky to Garrison. I would bet my first pension check on it. I would, because he's just nasty. He's never evolved as a man. He never matured. He was like, the popular boy who peaked in high school and always wanted to be the popular boy, always the center of attention. And he didn't care who he hurt. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I heard that. Yeah, one of the sad parts about it too is that after the first group of kids, like, he never really got that golden goose kid after Hunter.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, maybe just from the outside looking in, it just seemed like once Hunter peaked and he was like the state champion and he did all these great things, then all of a sudden he just kind of faded right out of the other kids' lives because they weren't necessarily following that track. And it's unfortunate because not every kid is going to be a star lettered athlete or a state champion athlete, but that doesn't mean that they're a bad kid by any means.
No, but didn't he jack up Gabriel's he was going to get a scholarship for something, and that got jacked up? Right.
They were coming down between wrestling and football. He had some colleges that were looking at him. And so right around the time when they were coming down looking at him to recruit, they had transferred him up to Arizona. And just a little inside baseball when it comes to that, if you could be a star player under one program, but that's you utilizing and understanding how that program works. If you transfer to a different school, you have some athletes that can jump in and they don't miss a step because they're extremely talented.
Right.
But then at the same time, if you're a good athlete, not a great athlete, a good athlete, if you get into a new program, they already have people that they've invested in years from the time that they were freshmen all the way up to like freshmen to JV to varsity that they've been
Right.
developing. And then all of a sudden you have a kid that comes from Las Vegas and you don't know what he's capable of. He's not getting a spot. So
No,
you very well could have. There's a possibility, at least the way he set it up and described it on the show, there's a possibility that he screwed him over.
he did.
Yeah.
He really did. He
Yeah.
was so. I'm telling you, Robyn's punani must have shot sparks because she had that man whipped.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the one thing, you know, that she could just sit at that table with those women and lie, like in their face for 2 years, knowing that they were gonna move to Flagstaff, and she was acting like it was news to her.
Mm-hmm.
Unforgivable, unforgivable. But you know what? There's a thing called karma. And I'm still waiting. I am praying for that, the IRS and the FBI and doing investigations. Because the last thing I'm going to say is, before I let you go, there is something about Kody, and I don't know if anyone in the audience has picked it up, or I'm the only one that likes to watch investigation discovery. He has the traits of a serial killer. I would not doubt, you know, all like his moving has been at the speed of light. I wouldn't doubt if there are victims that have either been killed or seriously injured by him in any of the states they've been in. It's just something to think about. You look at his eyes, you listen to how he talks, how easily he lies, how he flips the script and only tells what makes him look good. And, you know, he could have the smoking gun in his hand and he'll tell you that it's not his.
Right. Right.
So I'll leave that to ponder.
We go.
Maybe someone else might want to speak on it, but that's it. That's it. Welcome back. I'm glad to have you back. I'm sure we all are. And that's my story, Morning Glory.
I heard that. I heard that. Thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
the call.
All right, honey. Bye
All
bye.
right, bye. Not that we saying he a serial killer, but just questions. Just questions. Next up, we have our last two callers for the evening. We have the Mega Mods, Caramel Cuties, and Brittany Not Brittany. Caramel Cuties, what's up?
Hey, James, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
How's your vacation?
It was excellent. It was excellent. Got to spend some time with the family and enjoy my kids. So it was
That's
fantastic.
good.
Well, I enjoyed my lady too, but you know.
Of course, she definitely got to get in there, but if the kids was enjoyable first, we can understand. So you
Right,
get a
right.
pass. Oh man, a lot was missed, I guess. It felt weird on Sundays not having nobody to call in for. I was flicking through YouTube like I have no life, but I get it. You need a break, so I'm not mad at you. But I'm a little confused by what Mr. Brown thinks he's doing overall regarding special forces. Because
Mm,
when I seen the commercial, my jaw dropped. Like, is he serious? And then now, they hear Gabe said he's gonna watch it. I think McKelty chimed in and had something to say on her Patreon, which I haven't looked at or heard of what she said about it. But I guess his kids all feel some type of way about his
mm.
so-called redemption arc. But if I don't know, I may break a TV if I hear him even remotely say anything about his son and doing this to be closer to him. I'll probably break a remote because ain't no way. You
Well,
had years to get close to your child before he passed away.
yeah,
Hell,
you know
his
what? It
last
just
text
occurred to
message,
me
like
when you
he'd be a
said
cold
that.
something.
When you just said that, it occurred to me, like with Gabriel. Like if he
Hmm.
says, "I'm doing this because I want to be closer to my son who passed away," how crazy is it? If he and this is all speculation, folks, because I haven't seen any episodes, so I don't know. But I'm just saying, how crazy would it be for you to say that you're doing this show because you want to be closer to your son that passed away when you actually have a son that's still walking around and you have yet to pick up the damn phone and call him, and he's
That
actually the
part.
son that found your son? How
Thank you.
crazy would that be? That would be
He owes
insane.
If he even mentions it on camera, he owes Janelle a check. That's
Yeah.
how I feel. You owe run that because she's the executor of Garrison's estate. Run her money because you
Mhm.
playing at this point. And I've said it before and I'm gonna say it again. Not that I have a heaven or hell to put anybody in, but there's a special place in hell for Cody. There is. I believe it wholeheartedly. God gonna forgive me for saying it, but ain't no way. Then to hear that there's a picture, I'm gonna go look for it too as soon as the live ends. But there's a picture supposedly of Robyn possibly looking pregnant. He need his whole ass whooped, and so does she. And I ain't about violence against pregnant women, but at this point, what point is you trying to prove, boo? You got kids and grandkids. You don't even make plans to go see. Like you can trot your ass all the way to the country of Morocco because that's where Special Forces was filmed. But you can't get to Utah to go see Truly. You can't get to South Carolina to go see any or North Carolina to go see any of your kids or grandkids that are now living there. You can't go see Aspen in Utah. Like that's a problem.
Right.
That's a problem. And then to now want to continue making babies, like, well, give it up. If you don't go get yourself fixed. But I agree with Megatron with what she said about Robin's dusty eggs. Like, I feel it wholeheartedly at this point because you already got the man, right? He already taken care of all your children, including the adult children, because he ignores his other kids for your kids. What would be the point in bringing another life into this world? And I'm not one to ever say that about a baby because I believe they're innocent. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a blessing to bring life into this world, but not for them to. I'm sorry.
Right.
Like let it
Right.
go. Maybe she got a thyroid problem or something going on, and her stomach just big because she done got fat. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, and I'm gonna be real. I have an 8-year-old little brother where 3 of his 2 aunts and 1 uncle are in their 20s. Or
Mhm.
wait, I said that backwards. His 2 nieces and nephew are in their 20s. Myself and 2 of my older brothers have children who are all my niece and my nephew are now 22, and my daughter will be 22 next month. And for me to have an 8-year-old brother is absolutely ridiculous. Like, my father is the oldest father. He was the oldest dad at back to school night last year. You get what I'm saying? He's showing up with his son, where they're looking at him like, "Oh, you here with your grandson?" He's like, "Nope, that's just my youngest right there." And it let it go. Like, there's no need to keep popping out babies when you have grandkids
Right.
that are older than your last child. But the fact that you don't even have a relationship with half your kids. And even sadder would be if she is pregnant, none of this child's siblings outside of Robin's household are even going to have a close relationship with it. Them. I don't like calling babies it. So with them, whether it be boy or girl, because they don't even have a relationship with Saul or Ari.
Right. Yeah.
Like
Just
I love the impression as a parent, you get things right with your kids before pursuing trying to go make more kids. And because of that, I
Jamal.
feel like Robin and Cody are just 2 pieces of shit. I'm sorry. Pardon my French on a Sunday night.
Because the whole thing with that is that if like I'm just looking at it from the practical perspective. Like you hit a certain point in your life where you've gone through kids, been there, done that. You have 18 children already. You have
Hmm.
your youngest 2 children are entering into middle school at this point. Middle school, if not close, damn close to high school. And you're gonna
Yeah,
start over. And it's not even like you're this dad who's like super involved and this is all you ever known and all you ever wanted to do. You barely wanted to do your kids. And you
that
want to
part.
start like the idea of you starting over is crazy. Like that's a hell of a midlife mistake. Like you've messed up, bro. Like that's not what you wanted
Massively.
to do.
Then the fact that you was already crying and complaining that you didn't have enough money to take care of the youngest 2 as it sits. So where the hell this extra money coming from for this newest child? Because
Yeah.
Robin got a spending habit that's worse than somebody with a drug addiction. Now you want to call a spade a spade? Let's keep it real. That woman don't know how not to shop unnecessarily. She damn sure don't know how to live within her means. And like you said, we all know Sister Wives is pretty much on its last leg. So
Right.
whatever income that they're getting now from the show, which is tragically less than what they've been getting seasons prior because they all were, contributing to the family pot with their paychecks. Well, now that the family pot has been divvied up amongst Christine and David, Janelle and Mary, whatever's left is what's going to Cody and Robyn. So I'm sure that they've tripled their debt by getting a bigger McMansion than what they had before, which they was barely hanging on to that one financially. So I don't know where the hell they got the newest one from, with less
Right.
money to operate with. So it's not making sense. I don't know if he is getting paid for this new show, but from what uh I can't even remember the name. Was it the gymnast who had an interview? Sean, is that her name? Sean Johnson or something of the sort,
Oh, I
where
don't know.
they said Cody was not fair liked. He didn't last very long, from what I'm hearing.
Mm,
He liked to argue with the females on the show, preferably the younger females, and so I know one of those was Teresa's daughter. Um, a few interviews that are out there now regarding the show, Cody's not liked whatsoever. So his so-called redemption arc was short-lived because he didn't last long. So I'm sure if he was paid per episode, he might only got one or two checks regarding that. If it was a publicity fee, I I don't see them charging a hell of a lot to get, or him charging a hell of a lot and then paying it out because he didn't last long. So, and the fact that, yes, excuse me, half the cast did say they didn't know who he was. They had,
right.
excuse me, absolutely no clue what show he came from. So that spoke volumes to me as well. He's a nobody. And
Yeah.
unless you watch Sister Wives or you're just overly familiar with the cast and the shows on TLC, you might not have known who he was. And then to make it a step further for him, who was it, Janet that said it with talking about Big Brother and Davon? Yes, Davon clocked, I forgot who it was, when she did tell him, like, you wouldn't say that to a man because he
Right.
was only getting in women's faces that season. But Cody's the same way. He would never buck up to a man the way he bucks up to a woman, which personally I feel is a bit shit to begin with, but that's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So now you're on a show with the best of the best when it comes to military grade, when it comes to those showing them what they'll be doing. He not finna step to none of them. So he gonna pick on who he feels he may be able to get in their face and pick on. But Teresa, I didn't follow her on the Housewives, but I've seen little clips here and there how she is, and from what I've seen, she was nobody to play with neither. And to
Yeah.
know that somebody was stepping to her baby girl, I'm pretty sure she showed her whole ass just the same.
Yeah. She's my wife used to watch Real Housewives, and Teresa's a pistol. Like she's a pistol.
I've
So
heard. I've heard. I've never watched her show. I've never watched New Jersey or New York for the Housewives,
yeah.
but I hear she's no joke.
Yeah, she's a pistol.
And
Like she and she
she
is
got
kind
something
of
under her
tough
belt
as
now
shit.
that she done been to prison, so she really somebody not to mess with.
Yeah.
So what's he gonna say? I'll get my wife after you. Robin ain't gonna do nothing but cry, so we know that ain't gonna happen.
Right.
But it'd be interesting to see whenever the show starts. I was wholeheartedly dead set on saying I wasn't going to watch it, but I think now, after seeing some of the comments, I might just watch it just for pure entertainment value, just so I could laugh at Cody. Because, yeah, I damn sure don't want to help contribute to his pockets whatsoever, any more than I already am. Because, whatever next season of Sister Wife comes on, I'm committed to watching it and ending the show just how I've been watching since it started. But when it comes to, him trying to genuinely make his redemption arc, once I found out where it was filmed at, I was like, this low grade son of the what? He could hop a plane for however many hours to go from Flagstaff to Morocco, but you don't even do the bare minimum for your children already. That's a problem.
Right.
That's a problem. And so I hope whatever clowning Christine has done in her book when it comes to him, oh, baby, I hope she gives it to him tenfold. I really do. I'm secretly sitting on my hands with that one. I'm hoping she shows her whole behind when it comes to him. And we just gonna label it in the name of therapy. She needed to get it out and get it over with. So let's go. But I'm more excited for her books than I would be excited to see that show, if you want me to be honest.
Well,
Even though I'm kind of
by
scared.
the sounds of it, it'll probably be more to it. So
Yeah. Well, we shall see. I mean, I was hoping to hear somebody would kind of go over her book, but now it looks like I may have to order it myself since I think a lot of content creators kind of have your same sentiment. They're a little nervous to try to go after it right at first just because they're not sure, the legal ramifications behind it. So I guess I go ahead and put in an order on Amazon to see if I can get my own copy. But
yeah, I mean, I'll talk like what I'll do is I'll order a copy of it. I'll read through it. If it's something in it, I'll tell folks like it's kind of juicy. But if it's not
gotcha,
really worthwhile, I'll tell. I definitely will tell that say that.
gotcha.
You
Well, I
know, like
appreciate
don't do don't do it to yourself.
it. I wasn't planning on it originally, but I'm like, well, it doesn't seem like nobody's gonna go over it. So I may have to go get a copy myself. But we'll see. I'm still sitting in the waiting room regarding that. Because if I'm just rereading whatever she's already put out there from their first book, then it's a waste of my time and money.
Right. Well, rereading what they put out on the first book, or even talking about things that happened on the show. Like I don't,
That part.
like it's kind of, especially if I don't want to be an asshole about it, but look, realistically, there is a reason why when content creators do the rewatches, they have to go back several seasons to rewatch anything of substance that have something to talk about. Because in the
Right.
last few episodes, the last few seasons, they haven't really talked about anything. So if she does
Gotcha.
that, she would have to go back several seasons in order to make the book worthwhile and try to fill in those gaps. And then half the time they're saying things that we've already kind of surmised and put together from watching the show. Like I
Right.
already knew how their money worked by listening to them
Right.
talk about it. They just confirmed it in the last season or two seasons. That what
Right.
we had talked about before was actually what was happening. But we had already talked about it. We already said that, they grouped all the paychecks coming from TLC. They hit the big bank account, and then he kind of divides it out how he sees fits to help pay the rents or bills, home bills that they have, and then he keeps the rest, keeps proprietorship over the rest, and he's been blowing the
Right.
money. We've always said that. Everybody has already said
Yeah.
that.
We
And for
kind
them
of
to
figured
just come
that.
out like season 19, like they dropping T, like we've been saying that. What are you talking about? We already knew that.
I guess it
That's
just
not a
wasn't
secret.
fully confirmed. Right. I don't know if
Yeah.
they think their fans are just pure idiots or not, but we're not.
Right.
Some of us were pretty keened in on a lot of this information early on. We just, I know for myself, I thoroughly enjoyed the show. And then I started noticing different things, I want to say, during the pandemic when I did a full rewatch from season one, episode one. And these were things that I probably just didn't pick up on the first time around, being that, I don't know, might have been doing dishes or helping kids with homework. So I wasn't fully engaged in watching it. Whereas the second time around, because the world shut down, I had nothing else to do but watch TV. So now I'm zeroed in and I'm like, hold on, I didn't notice that before.
Hmm.
Then you start comparing notes to other people who started noticing things that they didn't notice before. And we all were like, okay, so I'm not too far fetched with they've been full of shit. But, we
Yeah.
all stay tuned in and it gives us something to talk about. It definitely has brought in a few of these communities online that I'd like to say if it wasn't for the show, I don't think I would be as involved in certain YouTubers' content and whatnot. So for that, I do appreciate it because it's opened the doors and led me to this amazing community for sure. I know week after week I have somewhere I can go and vent in a safe space and where my family ain't looking at me like, oh my God, sister wives again. So for you, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, James, because I know my kids are tired of hearing about it. But
No,
yeah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Glad we can
My
provide a
kids
safe
be like,
space.
Mama, no, not again. We don't want to
Yeah.
hear about it at all. So
Got this thing
it
on
does
Cody
give me
Brown.
it gives me a healthy outlet to get my frustrations out, my venting out, my shit talking out, and then, makes for a better week sometimes. So I appreciate it. But with this, I don't know, even in the off season, it's just like Every time I turn around, it's Cody and Robyn doing something else to make you want to just grit your teeth and be like, what the hell are they doing now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. He's
I
a
think
trip.
they're trying to stay relevant, but it's just a weird situation
Yeah.
because they're not
It's,
really
I
doing
mean,
anything relevant or interesting. So that
that
becomes
part.
problematic.
That part. I mean, if it is another child involved, I'm damn sure not signing up to watch that shit show at all. So if there is another spinoff coming and it's solely Cody, Robyn, and their brood, I pass the buck. Somebody else can watch it and just tell me about it because I'm not remotely interested. I would be interested in a spinoff with the kids and grandkids outside of Robyn's kids, just
Mhm.
because, it's been interesting to see these children grow up over the years and where they may be at now in their adulthood. But how long would that last for, right? Maybe a season or two. And then after
Right.
that, we'll be like, okay, on to the next one. So none of the children, none of the original, OG 13 were planning on being polygamous themselves. So outside of just them talking shit about their parents and seeing where their kids are at now, there's not much to their lifestyles either. But it would be more of a shot for me to watch than anything regarding Cody, Robyn, or the children that they're raising in their household. Just
Right.
because I'm cool. I'm cool. And it's nothing against the children whatsoever. It's just, it doesn't, I'm cool. I'll just be nice tonight. I'm cool.
Yeah, yeah.
There's,
I
yeah,
feel you.
no, thank you. But yeah, so that's just where I sit. I'll keep it short and sweet tonight just because there's not much else that I need to say. I think everybody else has pretty much covered my thoughts that I had written down. Um, it'll be interesting to see in September. And I'm wondering, will Special Forces probably play before the next season of Sister Wife comes out? I know people are trying to piece together when and if season 20 returns. What's the time frame would it be? Would it be September, October, or would it be further closer to the holidays?
Yeah, they haven't announced it. And it's a little weird. Because normally they would have already put it out because they have to start advertising that it's dropping,
Right,
you know.
right,
But they say it's supposed to premiere in September, but we'll see.
right.
Like I don't know. Maybe they wanted to give a little space to Cody appearing on that show. But that comes on like I said, it's late in September. That
Right, and
airs.
it's on
So
a whole nother network, so
yeah, and
I
it's
don't know.
weird too. And that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. Like I think that I think there's smoke in the city, Jack, because it doesn't make sense that TLC would allow Cody to be on a show on a different network that airs around the same time as Sister Wives does. And let me see. Social
Because
forces.
it, and then, I mean, just stating it overall, we don't know exactly what their contracts say verbatim, but usually, isn't it in there in the contract they can't go on other shows during the time their contract is still live with TLC?
Yeah, yeah. Because the special forces is supposed to air September 25th, which is a
Hmm.
Thursday. At least it doesn't compete with them on Sunday. But then what
Correct.
Sister Wives would have to start on the 28th because I haven't heard anything about Sister Wives. So it can't be starting this week or next week. So
Well,
I don't know. I
definitely
don't
keep my
know.
ears out. See what I mean. We know that they did film for season 20,
Right.
but
Yeah.
you they could always scrap whatever they did film. So
Yeah, they could just take it as an L because technically, like I said, the way the reality show works, if they cut the show, they don't pay them.
right,
So the only thing they would be out of is the money it costs to film it. You know.
gotcha. Makes sense. So we'll just
Yeah.
hold on tight and see if something gets announced in the next few weeks.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Well, welcome back. Glad you had a great vacation and got well rested. And
Yeah. Yeah.
see you back in the comments.
Right. Thank you so much.
You have a good night.
You too. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mega My Caramel Cuties. Coming up next, coming up next, we got Brittany, not Brittany. The other Mega Miles. What's going on, Brittany? How you doing?
Hey, how are you, James?
How's
Okay, can you hear me?
everything?
Good. Very good, very good. I got married last month, so
Oh,
girl,
okay.
newly wedding it out
Congratulations.
over
Let's put some
here.
hearts in the chat for Britt.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
All right. So
Um,
you're a married lady, you're a fish owl.
I am official.
All right. How's it going?
Pretty good. I'm sorry. I had just put some gummies, pops up, not
Yeah.
like gummies, but I was like eating candy right
Yeah.
as you called
That's
me
how I
up.
do
So
you. I catch you when you eating. Like, you know what I mean?
exactly.
Like the whole time you not like I'm not touching nothing because I know you might call me up any
Right.
second. And it's like, I'm going to take a little bite.
hmm I'm just like looking
Coming
like
to
a
the
chipmunk
stage,
over
now
here.
whistle.
Yes. But yeah, I'm good. I'm glad you had a good vacation. We definitely missed you, but it was like everybody said, it was well deserved. I'm glad y'all had a good time.
Yeah, we had fun. Probably not as much fun as you did, married lady, but yeah, we had
You're
fun.
correct. You're correct. No, I'm kidding. Um,
No lies detected.
right.
Right?
um, but yeah, I just wanted to hop on and say, and this is gonna, all right, stay with me.
Okay.
I feel like Robin should have been the one to go on the Special Forces show.
Oh,
I think if anyone has the personality or kind of the, because nobody really knows Robin as far as the show goes, because we don't really see her all that much. She's she's annoying, she pisses everybody off, but I think she would have had a better chance of being more well received, at least by her castmates, and also people who don't watch Sister Wives probably would have seen her on the show and kind of liked her, especially as someone who would be coming in not knowing anything about the military as far as like the from the physical aspect. Um like she would be, you watch some shows and you're just like, I'm rooting for the underdog because I also know that I could never do any of this. And
hmm
so I'm sure there would probably be people, not us fans, but other people who see Robin and they're just like, oh, I wonder how far she makes it. And seeing her interact with other people, I think she would have been better fit to do a better job at the public, you know, renaissance of their image versus Cody, who's just a dick and nobody likes and nobody's gonna like. And even the
hmm
people who didn't know him, kind of from what we're hearing, immediately just didn't like him because Cody can't humble himself. Robin can at least like fake humility. If you can at least give her that. She can fake it till she makes it. Cody is just, you know, he's got like 30 seconds of not being in the spotlight and then all of a sudden he's just like, nope, I gotta dance, I gotta throw my arms around and flail like one of those, was those waving man things on the side of like car lots. He has to do that because he just doesn't understand that the attention doesn't always have to be on him. And i think it's gonna ruin I think it's gonna ruin them personally because I know we don't want Cody to get up there and talk about Garrison. He's going to.
Yeah.
He's he's going to, and it's going to piss everybody off, especially his kids. I think us being irritated is, as fans, is pretty irrelevant as a whole. The impact of him getting on there, and if he says something about Garrison, either from an attention seeking standpoint or, like with the story that he told about what was it? He told some story about Garrison during the special, and then they posted Gabe, and Gabe was just like, yeah, no, that's not how that happened. This is what actually happened. I can see Cody trying to like spin something that makes him look like, the best father ever. And
Mhm.
then you got all his kids going like, I know you lying. That's no. None of that happened. None of it. Um and that would truly be the the end of Cody. So in a way, I'm glad he's going on because then hopefully we don't get to see too much more of him, but at the same time, I'm nervous for how that's all going to shake out. Truly.
Yeah. Yeah, because
Truly.
there's too many ways that this could backfire, which is kind of the weird part about it. Like if I was his friend, that's what I would tell him. Man, there's too many ways this shit could go bad. Like you could go there and get hurt,
Right.
like critically hurt or injured,
Mhm.
and it's just you on your own. Like if you get hurt on there, you got to have your insurance. You have to pay for everything. It's different,
Mhm.
you know.
Mhm.
And not to mention, bro, like how many people do you think you're winning over? Like, yeah, you'll be introduced to a lot of people who aren't necessarily familiar with your work. But when they
Mhm.
find out about you, because like I said, when people they're going to get curious about you and what you're about and how you kind of fit in. And once that starts, they
Mhm.
start digging into you, man. Like, is that what you really want? Do you want to be more
No.
famous as a bad guy?
And even if the people who watch the show that have never seen Sister Wives, even if they go like, okay, well, I really don't want to commit to 19 seasons, there are how many YouTube creators who have, gone over, gone over the show. I think there's at least three YouTubers that I've seen who've done like maybe an hour and a half long video that just gives a full overview of the seasons up to like maybe season 18, something like that,
Mm,
where you get a good sense of who Cody is as a husband and a parent. So they don't even have to watch the whole show. He hasn't I don't think there's a single content creator who talks about Sister Wives who has an all around positive viewpoint on Cody.
yeah,
For
yeah.
anyone to go and see and just, on the off chance, it's just like, oh no, Cody seems like a really good guy. I watched this one guy. No, there's nobody.
Hmm.
There's nobody. It's all pretty much bad. So I just I don't think I don't think he should have done it. And then, like he's there by himself. There's no Robin to like translate for him and go, "Oh, this is what Cody actually meant." No. Cody said what he said, and these people are going to take Cody for what he said. And I for one am really hoping that he gets into it with Jussie Smollett, because as much as I dislike Jussie Smollett as like a person,
Hmm.
he also, I can't say he doesn't mince words. I just feel like he would be more direct with Cody out of everybody. I don't really know who all is going to be on the show, but he would be one of the people who would be the most direct with Cody. And Cody would say something out of pocket to him, and then all of a sudden it's a whole issue. And that I would love to see, is
Well,
someone to really be like, no, I heard what you said. You said this. There's no getting out of it.
because I think that the thing that would kind of hang with Jesse Smollett
Mm-hmm.
is that he too has a troubled past,
This is true.
and he too is trying. And this is one of the things like that echoes into Cody not running this show.
Mm-hmm.
He too is trying to rehabilitate his image,
Mm-hmm.
and so is Teresa Giudice.
Yes.
So is Gia Giudice. Like, there's
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people who are on this show trying to use this show to platform or trampoline into something else,
Right.
bounce into something else. So, with that many interests, opposing interests, nobody is giving Cody the benefit of the doubt. And
At
I think
all.
that also plays into the idea of something that he always says, or at least in the last few tell-alls, where he talks about nobody is giving me the grace of the cloak of charity, and nobody is giving me that special grace of forgiveness when it comes and kindness when it comes to the conversation about us. Like he realized, even with his family on a family show, he
Mm-hmm.
needs people to be nice to him and avoid talking about things that he has done, so
Mm-hmm.
because he would look bad. You
Right.
don't have that. No, not only do you not have that protection on his new show, nobody else is going to try to cover for you and look bad in your stead. You
Exactly.
He's complaining that Christine, Mary, and Janelle aren't covering for him and allowing themselves to look bad to protect him. You're on a show now where everybody who's there is there for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody is there to try to make you look good or try to help you look good or help your career. None of that shit. And if
Mm-hmm.
and like we're gonna keep it all the way a stack. Like just with the people I've listed or named, much like Cody, every one of those people will stab you in the back 3 times if they thought that they could get some promise of uh, um, a renaissance when it comes to their career. Any
Exactly.
one of them betray you. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for that reason, I think that the show might actually be kind of interesting.
I That's really the only reason why I'm gonna watch it is because I just want to see how these people react to Cody. These people who have never seen him, they don't even, not too much, but even us as fans, like I'm thinking of Sarah from Reality Squad, how she talked about how, the first few seasons she really liked Cody. I
Yeah.
personally, I started watching the show in 2020 because I saw a video come up, and I started with the very first season, and I liked Cody. I was like, "Oh, look at him. He's so dumb. Just running around looking
Right.
goofy. It's precious." And then I was like, "Oh god, this is terrible." But at the same time, you could give that like, "Oh, he's terrible, but he was, kind of he was kind of goofy and cute at the beginning of so there's some of that, cloak of charity that some of his fans give. Like you said, these people on this show, they are not going to give that to him, and even better, the producers are not going to give him that cloak of charity.
Yeah.
Cody going like, "Oh, I never said that." Okay, that's fine. Watch the B-roll. Here it
Hmm.
is. You saying exactly what you said you didn't say. So it's I'm I'm gonna see. I'll probably end up watching it just just to say that I did. Um, just to watch these people, not like him. It
Yeah.
just something about it sparks joy in my soul. So
All right. You're right. I talked to her for 5 minutes. You guys were all correct.
correct. Right. Um, and then as far as the book goes, I have the book on order. Um, I'm I'm hoping our bookstore gets it because like some books they get there a little bit early on the off chance. Maybe. I don't think it will. I think it's probably going to come in on the day that it's supposed to go out, but I'm hoping to maybe get my hands on it a little bit sooner. Um, and if you're interested, if anybody's interested, I was going to do like a quick, like typed up review of like different chapters and post it on the Facebook. If
Okay.
you're good with that, I
Yeah.
can do that for the people who don't want to like, go out and buy it just in case it is just a bunch of fluff that we already know.
Well,
Um,
what we'll say is it'll be a supplemental for people who are going to go out and buy it, so that we
exactly.
can create an easier
Correct.
translation as to
Right.
what the book is actually about.
You are correct.
We aren't trying to
You
prevent anybody. We aren't trying to prevent
No,
or
no,
hinder
no.
sales. We're
No.
just merely
Definitely
trying to assist individuals who are trying to enjoy the Sister Wife book and encourage them to purchase it.
correct. And y'all don't give just Bezos no money. Go get it from your library, get it from Barnes and Noble, get it from Books a Million, Second and Charles, whatever your local bookstore is. Please spend in your community and not with
Yeah.
these billionaires who don't care about us and aren't paying their employees properly.
You don't
Um,
want to give him another ride to the moon or whatever.
in that penis spaceship, no,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
no, I don't. That's okay.
But it lands. They can reuse it.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That is, I was so, you know what? I truly, quick side note, with that, I wasn't really, I was kind of like, okay, I guess we're going to space. It's fine. When I saw the rocket for the first time, I was mad. I was mad. I was like, this is how you represent us
Yeah,
with
yeah,
a penis,
yeah.
this
Little
phallic
phallic symbol.
looking.
This is what I
No,
think of y'all. Like,
this is never mind. Never mind. And stop the whole thing. Like, we're done. Um, but yeah, so there's that, and then one more note. Um, as far as Robin having this baby, supposedly, maybe not really. I don't really know what's true or not. I could see Robin doing it, and I could see her doing it for two reasons. One, because that would ensure that she got another season of the show. Because now
mm,
we have something to talk about Robin for that doesn't have to do with um her children wanting to go to church because they want to get a boyfriend. It would have something to do directly with Robin. And then also I can see because Cody doesn't like kids. He likes babies. And
right,
Cody, I think for Robin, the best part of her and Cody's marriage was when she was pregnant and had the newborns. And now she's got, the two, not the two, but the three adult kids and like a preteen, and I don't know how old Ari is, but they're of the age where they're no longer what Cody would consider cute. I think they're cute, but Cody would not necessarily consider them cute because they're more independent of him. They don't need him. And I think that also makes him more in her face with whatever he has going on, and now she doesn't have to share him. She doesn't get to send him off to another wife when he's getting on her nerves. She's got him all to herself.
right.
And now she's starting to see the kind of father, I believe she's starting to see the kind of father that all of the OG 13, that they started to see of Cody as they got older, where Cody's not really interested in them. He don't really care what they got to say. They irritate him. Like, Cody just seems like one of those people who just doesn't like the sound of kids. He likes the idea of having all these kids because it reflects good on his ego that he was able, to, like, spurt some seeds out
Mm,
every little bit, and he got 18 kids to show for it. Well, 15 kids to show for it. Sorry,
right,
Ari.
right,
Not Ari, but the other three of Robin's. Um, but he's not one who, he really doesn't, I don't think that your self-worth should be tied up into your kids as a parent, but he doesn't get any sense of pride from, like, raising his kids.
right.
That doesn't, which I don't know, maybe because, like, my dad was, like, very, very present and, like, active in my life, that it just seems weird to me that you wouldn't want to be involved in your kid's life. But I don't know. Like, I guess it's almost like, there are some dads that just don't want to be there, period. I almost wonder if it would have been better for the OG 13 if Cody had just been a deadbeat completely. Like, they never got a side of him that was good, that loved them, that cared for them. Because now all of a sudden that absence is probably so much worse knowing what they did have.
Yeah, yeah. Well, because it's kind of that thing where it's a constant reminder because he's around, but he's not around. You know what I mean? He's there, but he's not really there. So,
Right.
I mean, that kind of sucks.
And hold on, the Bronze Empress just wrote,
a comment about having to pay child support for Truly and everything. And I will add that I do also love the fact that the show is coming out, and whatever he's about to get paid from this show, a portion of it got to go to Truly. And
Yeah.
that just, again, it sparks joy.
Well, in fairness, I don't know how true it is that Robyn's having a baby because Robyn's 46.
I don't think that she is.
Yeah,
I truly don't think that she is.
because that would be kind of scary. Because I mean, not that it would be scary because she would be that's a high risk
High
pregnancy, like
risk.
crazy high
Exactly.
risk.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be selfish if Kody intentionally was like, you know what, I'm gonna try to sidestep some child support, so I'm gonna go ahead and create another child. Like that's the dumbest shit that you could
Selfish
possibly.
of both of them, because
Right.
Robyn knows good and doggone well how not to get pregnant.
Mhm.
So if she is pregnant, was definitely on purpose on her part too.
Right. Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Like that'd be crazy. Again, I'm not anti-child. I'm just pro
No,
responsibility, like pro common
exactly.
sense. How about that? I'm pro common sense.
Exactly. Exactly. And they they know. Robyn herself talked about how with with her first husband, how she had the three kids, and then she purposely made sure that she didn't get pregnant after that.
Hmm.
So she knows, she knows how not to have a baby. I'm sure, with especially like with Christine and Janelle, them two are definitely super fertile, but they didn't have any kids after their six.
Hmm.
I'm sure they, with Cody's involvement too, figured out a way how not to have any more kids.
Right.
So I it definitely would not be an oops. And I again, I don't think she's actually pregnant, but if she were, I would just be like, ugh. And then I'd
Yeah.
watch the season of her being pregnant. So
Yeah. Yeah. Like you know what? As crazy as it is, that actually might be the thing that gets me over Sister Wives. If she watching her go through season 20, like if she was pregnant, I don't think she is, but if she was pregnant, watching her go through a pregnancy and hearing her talk about it the whole time, that would probably get me out. Like I don't know if I could do a season. I don't know if I
Mm-mm.
would make it through.
It, you know what? And also, I gotta shout out Kathy Ferred, because she just pointed out how Robyn would be mad that nobody was happy that she would not be knocked up again, and then that'd be a whole nother season of her complaining about how nobody likes her and her kids.
Right.
And
Nobody supported me. Like,
right,
yeah.
just
Yeah.
like, oh, girl,
And in that case, I would have to say, you're right. You're right.
you're correct. You're
You
correct.
got me.
You're correct. I don't know what to tell you. Nobody likes you. We're done. We can end the show. We
Right,
got
right,
it. Nobody likes you. You're right. Please go cry in your bathroom with no cameras. Thank you. Do that for us.
right.
Do that for us. You know what? If she cries in the bathroom floor this season, I really don't know what I would do. I I'm gonna come on the show cussing if she cries in the bathroom floor again this season, because I I can't, because I know, I don't know. I have a good guess. The bathroom floor was probably not clean, because if she or Cody were were to be left to like make sure that it was clean, it's probably not.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
But I
probably
mean,
not.
I'm sure if they have a nanny, they probably have a housekeeper too.
This is
As
true.
crazy as that is.
This is true. And they wonder why everybody's pocket watching them.
Right, right.
Because anyway, that's all I had, James.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for calling in and all the work you
Thanks.
do.
Of course, of course.
Secure the chat. And congratulations once again, Mrs. Lady.
Thanks so much.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. So is he still away or is he back home now?
No, we're back home. We got back in February. We got
Okay.
back in February. So we're here, and so far, God willing, he does not have any more assignments coming up, and hopefully the current state of the world can just chill the F out so he could not have any assignments. But, you know, so far we're here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's awesome. Well,
Yep.
you make sure you enjoy each other. Take your time.
Yes.
Be patient. Give each other that cloak of charity.
You know, I'm
And
gonna do
Cody
my
be talking
best.
about. So give me that cloak of charity.
Right. I'm trying. I'm not trying. It's pretty easy so far. So
Awesome.
prayerfully we
Awesome.
keep it that way, for the next 50 years.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. All right. Well,
All
you
right.
have a good night. I will let you go,
All
and
right.
I'll see you in the chat.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Awesome. Make sure you give Brittany some hearts in the chat. Awesome. Awesome. People get married. Families coming together. Yep. The one thing I will say is that as long as you guys are communicating and you guys are honest and you consider one another and you do things with love, it'll be a lot easier, especially when you come into hard times, to get around certain issues and problems that you will face, because life is a challenge. And the second you're like, this is easy, life is like, what'd you say? Up the level a little bit. Keep their attention. I don't want them to get bored, But yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. And just enjoy each other, you know. That's your best friend. He's my best friend. That's awesome. Oh. Yeah. I see Megatron said, damn the nanny. What does Aurora and Brianna do? Spend that money. They queens. Well, because because that was actually some of the things that I was saying earlier. Like it's just the very subtle reality. Like if we start to pare things back and really give maybe not a fair assessment to Robyn, just kind of seeing where it was for her. When push comes down to shove, when Robyn came into the family, the expectations that the other kids had, the OG 13 had, does not necessarily transfer over to Robyn's kids. The things that those kids would have been forced to do and sacrifices they would have been forced to make, Robyn wasn't playing that shit. Rightly or wrongly, I hate to say that, like it's kind of one of them things where she came into the family. She has a perspective. Cody went along with that perspective because he wanted her in the family. The other wives went along with her perspective because they wanted Cody to be happy. And what Cody wanted and what was going to make him happy was bringing Robyn into the family. So, in light of that, there's a very strong possibility that Robyn's kids will never be asked to do the things that Janelle, Mary, and Christine's kids were asked to do, because Robyn will not tolerate it. She won't tolerate it. And I've said before that I understand why people get frustrated with Robyn. But like I said before, if Cody is running the family, he's running the money, he's controlling the money because the women are giving him control of the money and they're giving him control of the time and they're giving him a say. Each one of those wives gave Cody a say. And so when push comes down to shove, I personally hold Cody responsible for everything that's happened, because Robyn, even though we could say that she's manipulative, she's a trickster, she's a gamer, whatever the case may be, she's controlling. When push comes down to shove, she has the power of influence. She doesn't have the Cody do this, and if you don't do this, I'm gonna beat your ass out back. Like that's not what she's doing. Like she's not controlling Cody out of fear. She's controlling Cody because she's manipulating him at best. And she's manipulating him by giving him the things that he thinks he wants. So, in that respect, Kody is making choices. So, if Kody does hire her a nanny, or he hires her a maid, or he allows her kids to sit in the house and they don't have chores or responsibilities, and their only real responsibility is to not tear the cars up that he buys them, or to not spend all the money that he gives them, or to overdraft the credit cards that he allows them to use, then that's on Kody. Kody is making that decision. Because Robyn, none of the wives gave Robyn. Let's be very clear. This is where the root of it is to me. None of the wives gave Robyn access to the family account. Say that one more again. Mary Christine Janelle did not give Robyn access to the family account. They gave access to Kody, who in turn gave Robyn access to the family account. Kody made those decisions. That shit's on Kody. Cody's a grown-ass man, Doc. He's a grown-ass man. Then in respect to that, if he's making decisions, dumb decisions or not, manipulated decisions or not, they're still his decisions to make. And, when push him down to shove, Kody demonstrates, like, if you can look your kid in the face and tell him, like, Dad, I want you to go to my back surgery. I know we bring up Isabel a lot. But if you can look your kid in the face when she say, Dad, I want you to go to my back surgery, he say, hell to the no, because I got to stay with my family. That's not a dude who just is rolling over. That's not a pushover. Kody is not a pushover. So I'm not giving him that. I'm not giving him that cloak of charity in that instance. I'm not saying that she manipulated him and he tricked him and he ain't have a choice. Because if you could look your baby in the face, and Isabel is one of the kids that he helped to raise, because he had Isabel long before he met Robyn. So a child that he raised, not Truly, who came along after Robyn was in the picture. Isabel, he already had. He had Isabel. He was dealing with Isabel before Robyn came in the picture. And he looked her in the face and told her, nah, you can go to the surgery. Not only am I not going to your surgery, but you can go to that shit by yourself. And your mom can stay home. And if you could do that, and you could play that kind of cold customer because you mad at her mama, don't tell me that all of a sudden he just so coochie caught. I won't say p-whipped. He's so coochie caught, the thunderclapper done hit him, and all of a sudden he done lost his mind and he don't know no up from down, sideways, from left to right. He do what he want to do. Just because he like humping on her don't mean that she's controlling his mind. He just likes doing what he like what she do to him. He like how she look when she doing it. I don't know what it is. He like the look of it, the taste of it, the smell of it. I don't know. But all I do know is it's what he wanted. And he did what he wanted to do. Everything that's happened is because this is what Kody wanted. So with respect to that, we could blame Robyn, and she does have some responsibility. I'm not completely alleviating any responsibility from her. But at the end of the day, like I said, when it all comes down to it, it's Kody. Kody. Because he said before, his assertion is he was the leader. They were followers. He don't have no wives who are in charge of other wives. He makes the decisions. And I'm holding him to that. I'm holding him accountable to the things that he said. Because, like it or not, he was the leader of the family, because the other three wives didn't trust Robyn. They didn't invest in Robyn. They weren't giving their money to Robyn. They were giving their money, their time, their energy, their effort to Kody. And Kody redirected those resources to the person he wanted to have it. And that person was Robyn. But that, at the end of the day, was his decision. That was his decision. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I get why people are mad at Robyn, but because she's easy to be mad at. I ain't gonna lie. She put herself in a bad situation. But Robyn, kind of what we were talking about earlier with one of the previous callers, push them down and shove. Robyn saw how the game was being played. She came in and she played the game the way she played like push come down and shove. Look, whether you like Robyn or hate Robyn, whatever. Robyn played the game to win. She played the game to win. She didn't come play. She didn't come to play the Brown family hopscotch game, family game to come in second and third place or be considerate of the other women. Because if we're going to be completely honest, the other women weren't considerate of each other. The OG3 were having inside fighting amongst each other long before Robyn came into the family. They were having problems with each other because they were battling for Cody's time and attention and resources long before Robyn showed up. So it's not like they were all one big group and one big happy family living this wonderful, beautiful life. And then Robyn came in and knocked over, started tearing took a crowbar to the tea cabinet, the china cabinet. Like the house was already a shambles. Robyn just came in and picked up the pieces and manipulated it the way she wanted to, So, and I'm not saying that she didn't, use her feminine wilds to maybe push Cody or trick Cody or manipulate Cody. I'm not saying that, but guys, and I hate to be this person. I hate to be this person. No, I don't. Look, I'm saying this from a guy who has talked to guys all my life. And we had those secret conversations. And I'm telling you right now, even when a guy is whipped, a man know he whipped. He know he whipped. Deep down, even whether he admitted or not, he know his ass is whipped. He knows she throwing that shit on him. There's a song called by Bill Withers, the guy who sang the Dock of the Bay. He had another song, which is one of my favorites. The song is called Use Me. And in that song, he talks about a woman. He said his brother sat him down to tell him, that woman really do abuse you. And he said, brother, if you only knew, you wish that you was in my shoes. Because she can keep on using me until she used me up. Like, we know it ain't no secret. It ain't like you blow our minds out. We just we're walking around zombies. We know we getting played, but it's so good we don't care. That's what it is. Cody if she is whipping him, she whooping his ass with that thing. She throwing that thunderclap on him, hitting him with the thundercat, right? He know he getting whooped. He knows she whipping him. He knows it. But he know that he understands the decision he making, but the truth is he don't care. He don't care. He know he doing something jacked up. But his priorities are jacked up. His priorities are wrong. And I just don't want, like, I'm not defending Robyn because I think Robyn is, like, I have my own set of issues with her, separate set of issues with her. Because if you walk into a family and you watch somebody mistreat their kids, I don't understand for the life of me why you would give that person more children. I'm sorry, don't get it. Like, it's just, to me, that shit is dumb. Okay? If he can't take care of the kids he got, why are you giving him more kids? And then if you notice that he's screwing over his other children's moms, why are you volunteering to become another one of his kids' moms so that you could be down at the courthouse complaining too? Like I said, I'm not anti-children. I'm just pro-common sense. But when push them down to shove, this shit is Cody's freaking fault. This is Cody's fault. Because he was making promises to women that he couldn't fulfill. He didn't conduct it, like, even he didn't manage his relationships the way he needed to manage his relationships. And this goes beyond just the fact that it's a polygamous relationships. Even in a monogamous relationship, you have to be able to manage your relationships so that they benefit the people who are involved, right? You don't let your husband or your wife or your significant other run you over, even if you guys are in a monogamous relationship, because that doesn't benefit your relationship. And that's where if we look at it in a plural relationship setting, it just becomes that much more damaging when it happens or it occurs. That's my two, you know. But let's go through some super chats and I'll let you guys go because we've been running for almost 4 hours. Nobody's watching this in the morning. They're like, this ain't that talks you damn much. But I appreciate everybody calling in. It was fun catching up, you know what I mean? But oh, what is this? Unlimited lipstick, $6.99 super chat. I think we should make a compilation of Cody quotes where where he says stuff wrong. Special forces included. Yeah, right. That thing will probably be like 5 hours though. We should create like a little bank of like his little quotes, and I'll find them. Maybe pull a clip of them. You know that was it the cloak of charity. Yeah, they're those women. They're I forget. I got to get caught up on my manosphere terminology because he does drop a lot of the manosphere quotes. You know, but yeah, thank you so much, Unlimited Lipstick. Appreciate you. Then we have Lizzie B gifted one My Take on Reality membership. Thank you so much, Lizzie B. That's one of our mega mods supporting the channel. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Boom, 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 boom. All right, Lizzie B in the house. And then, of course, we have Unlimited Lipstick, $6.99 super chat. Perfectly said, James. Cody wants to be the leader. He has to own the decisions. Yeah, true that. You can't. I'm in charge, but it's their fault if something goes wrong. No. That's what being in charge is. Being in charge is not you telling people what to do and taking the credit. Being in charge is really you taking the blame. That's what, when shit go wrong, everybody wants to be a part of the winning aspect of any team. It's when stuff goes wrong. Who's going to take responsibility, be accountable for those mistakes, and then try to correct those mistakes? That's leadership. And that's where he was failing. Truth is, he has no idea how to lead, and that is obvious on the show. Yeah. Well, because I think a big part of it is, and I was one of them kids who used to go to dorky ass leadership camp and things like that. And what they teach you, even in like high school, as early as high school, maybe even like middle school, in like any of those leadership conferences, is always, in order to be an effective leader, the best leaders are servant leaders, leaders who put their followers' needs, because these people are relying on you. So you put their needs, even in some cases, ahead of your own things that you want for yourself. You make sure that they're taken care of because they're trusting you and they're entrusting you to be able to lead them. Now, does this mean that you sacrifice everything you have? In some cases, maybe. But what I'm referring to specifically is that when Cody was leading the family, everything that the family was doing or everything that they were trying to accomplish, every goal that they set, every objective that they had was to benefit him and was for his benefit and for his improvement and for his gratification. If it was going to benefit, say, Christine, Mary, Janelle, or even maybe in some cases, Robyn, he really had no interest in it unless he received some type of residual benefit from said objective. And I think that that's the foundational, core, fundamental problem that he had as a leader, because you can't lead people that way. You're not leading them. You're leading them. You are leading them. You're leading them to destruction, because you will end up destroying them because you're not considering them at all. You're not meeting their needs, most certainly. And I don't see where during the course of the show or the seasons that we watch or the episodes that we watch where these other people's needs were being met. The only time Cody talked about the big picture is when it reflected or referred to what he wanted, and trying to keep these people in line, because he couldn't say, we all need to gather around, make sure that I'm okay. He would say, we need to gather around and make sure that the family is okay by doing the things that I want to do, because at the end of the day, I'm looking out for the family. And if you disagree with me, you're trying to destroy the family and you're working against the family. No, I'm working against just propagating one person. I'm trying to improve everybody's life. For instance, when they talked about moving from Las Vegas to Arizona, financially, they missed out on a shit ton of money because by moving from Arizona to from Las Vegas to Arizona, they actually undersold their homes. Had they waited another 3 to 6 months to sell their homes, or when the market turned around, they actually would have went from selling their homes, I think, from like $600,000 to over $1 million per home. They could have walked away instead of walking away with like roughly about $2 million in home sales. They could have walked away with about $2 million. Okay, well, they had about $2 million. They would have walked away with about $4 million because it would have been a million per home. So instead of them walking into Arizona trying to buy and flip property and all that other shit with a pittance, they could have walked in there with millions. That's what I'm talking about. Like, that's just the financial end. You're talking about like the safety and security. Earlier we talked about Garrison or Gabriel having opportunities to go to school. Gwendolyn being recently elected to school student government. That's a benefit that could go into her college application and could push her further in her life as well as her career, as for, starting with her acceptance in the college or college applications. But he didn't give a shit because it didn't benefit him and what he wanted and the things he wanted to do. He was more concerned about trying to corral and wrangle up the money and the equity that the other wives had in their homes because he didn't have much equity in Robyn's home. That's just how I feel about it. So it's just, these are just small things. And we're talking about like them building up and making sure that they get their needs met. They just weren't getting their needs met. So because they weren't getting their needs met, that's what makes you a shitty leader. If the only person who's winning is you, the leader, then you are not a good leader. You're not a good leader. At least that's my perspective. But thank you so much, Unlimited Lipstick. Let me get a little something, something, something. Little something, something. And then we have Jody Periscala in the house with the $4.99 super chat. Isn't that why polygamy is illegal abuse to women and kids? Yeah. Short answer, yes. Yes. And that and the fact that, like I said, I've said this before, even with Janelle talking about, we need to make sure that the women have protections. Part of the problem that we have is that under the current state and structure of our legal system, especially our family courts, they don't really have room or a logical bridge for them to be able to create legislation which would create an even playing field for additional wives and their children in a polygamous relationship. Like, how much do you give the additional wives? How much of the family income, the family savings, the house that they may all live in, or whatever the case may be, how much of that do you give each wife? So when they decide to leave, can one wife decide that she's going to undo, say, if the guy has 4 wives, one wife gets to decide she's going to leave and unravel 4 marriages or 3 other marriages because she wants to leave? Does she get to destroy? He has 18 or 20 kids. Does she get to rip, those kids apart, their lives apart? And this is part of the challenge that you have when it comes to a lot of this, even just from the legal perspective. In my view, there are scholarly minds and legal minds out there. Maybe they could figure it out. I just don't see a way that they can get around it. I don't see where you can create a system that would work and be fair. Like, to be honest with you, it's a struggle making family court decisions and divorces fair when you only have 2 people involved, right? But when you have 4 people involved, and if everybody's not wealthy and have a TV show, when that person wants to leave and there's only one home and everybody is working to make that one home work, how much of that house equity does the one person who's leaving get? Do they get all the equity? Do they get their college paid for? Oh, I didn't work because he wanted me to stay home and I was taking care of the kids. Do they get special consideration for that? The other wives worked. I stayed home and took care of all the kids for 10 years. I have a huge hole in my resume. How can I get a good job to be able to take care of me, myself, and my kids? Polygamy. You know what I mean? Law, judge, man, help me. And then you gonna walk in there with a bunch of receipts or a bunch of bank statements trying to show how much you contributed and what day and where it came from and who gave it to you. Uncle Tom John gave it to you on Sunday and they passed that money. And the next thing you know, you gave it to your third sister wife who had a kid who had a sore tooth. Like, no judge is gonna do that shit. So, like I said, it's hard enough. And then we're not even getting into the social dynamics, the cultural dynamics, the community dynamics, the religious aspect of it, where you have people who are pushing you to do the wrong thing and take advantage of you. Like, so it's just like polygamy in and of itself is such a huge mess. It's such a hard thing. And I get the people who are proponents of plural marriage, whether it's polygamy, polyandry, polygyny, whatever, like just plural relationships, thruples, quads, and all that other stuff. Like, I get it. Like, when you're in love and everything is going good, it's easy to sit there and argue about how you should be allowed to do it because you've grown and it only makes sense. And why is the universe standing in the way of love? The problem is that when the relationships don't work, when they fall apart, how can we take care of not only the participants who are adults and wanted to be in that and elected to be in that situation? And maybe we could say, for you guys, you get what you get, don't be upset. But more importantly, how do we take care of the vulnerable, the children who are in these relationships and are tied to these adults who are making shit decisions as far as the partners that they choose and the people that they choose to spend their time with? How do we protect those kids? And that's part of the problem when it comes to like a lot of the legality of these plural relationships. I'm open to have the discussion. I'm open to listen to people's perspective on how we could do it. But we have to arrive to a point where it's fair not only to just the people who are participants, but to the casualties of that decision. And that would be the innocence of those children who had nothing to do with your decision making. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. And in like the historic presence of polygamy, we can't be ignorant to the fact that it does have a bad history. Okay, guys have been taking advantage of that system, and that system has been rigged and designed to benefit the men who have been involved in these situations. Can't ignore that shit either. Can't ignore that or pretend like it doesn't exist. But let me give you a little something. Excellent point, Jody. Excellent point. Yeah, follow that was that's why they hide. Yeah, that is why they hide. Like I said, there's no part of the thing is that a Sunday show like Sister Wives or Poly Family, you saw how that shit turned out. Those things, they typically give you the sunshiny, happy, shiny coin side of this lifestyle. But when you get to the seedy underbelly of it, it becomes a lot more complex. And then trying to figure out how we can do it equitably, it's a more involved conversation, and love will conquer all. Because even if you were, like I said, people in plural relationships, you hate love. I don't hate love. I'm not anti-love and I'm not anti-child. What I say, I'm pro common sense. I'm pro common sense. I just don't want people to put themselves in a bad situation where they suffer. This is why, like, oh, well, you don't believe. I just think that people just need to be careful because these things, it's not just you. And it's easy to say what you want to do. Like I'm one of those people, to be honest with you, it's none of my damn business. Me and Negla were both talking about it earlier. We'll push them down the shove. We grown. I'm grown. Grown folks are gonna do what grown folks want to do. If you would choose to go jump in the bed with 4-5 people at the same time and all y'all dressed like unicorns and shit, that's your business. Okay? That's your business. As long as everybody knows what they're doing, they're consciously making a good choice. They make maybe not a good choice, but they're constantly making decisions and they're constantly making informed choices, right? And ain't no kids involved. I don't give a shit what you do. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. I don't care. But when we have to recognize that when you're making those decisions, your decisions aren't just affecting you. And maybe this is part of us being, like we talked about, being a leader in, Cody being a leader in his family. How about being leaders in our own communities, in our own families, in our own existence, in our own friend circles, where we recognize that the decisions we make are going to impact the people around us. And so by us impacting those people around us, we have to make better decisions on how we conduct ourselves and what we do with ourselves. If you're a young person, like, I have young people in the house, and if these young people decide that they want to go out and throw their bodies and put their bodies on the line, it's not just them. Even though, they become adults, they're adults. And, I say, oh, you're an adult, you do what you want to do, you do adult things. That's all fine and good. But let's be honest. If you go out and you get, pregnant, or you find yourself in a situation where you get yourself sick, it's not just going to be you. It's not just you. It affects me too, because I care about you. And so we from that respect, we have a duty and a responsibility to one another to make good decisions for ourselves, because it will affect other people, and that's kind of where it's at. Like, if you want to jump in the bed with 4-5 people, it'll hurt my feelings if you get your feelings hurt. So I want to, I want you to be able to protect yourself and look out for yourself. If Christine, the OG3, they didn't have their kids and they were talking about jumping in this marriage with Cody, and they were going to, contribute financially. Let's take the kids completely out of it. I would still warn them about it. Don't do, you have to put things in place to be able to protect yourself, because you very well could find yourself in a situation where you're 50 years old. You've spent your life working for a family, contributing to a family, and you're walking away with nothing. And the only reason why, if we're going to be honest, and I've made any bones about this, I've said this before, the only reason why Janelle is okay, the only reason why Christine is okay, the only reason why Mary is okay is because they're on a TV show. But for this show, their lives would be ruined. Let me say that one more again. But for this show, Mary, Christine, and Janelle's lives would be ruined. They're 50 some odd years old. They would only be able to, they were, in a normal situation, the family would live in the house. Say they were still living down in Lehigh. They want to leave. Unless your name appears on the deed, you walk away with nothing. Let's say they were in Lehigh and Robyn came into the family and she convinced Mary to divorce Cody and turn over all the assets to Cody because, he's the steward, the financial steward of the family, and he's going to take care of the family. So she walks away, turns everything over to Cody. Then if Cody and Robyn decide that they want to sell the house and move to Arizona, there's nothing the OG3 can do about it. He can issue, if they're all living in those places, they're paying their share and they're paying towards the rent and the mortgage and everything else. if his name is the only name that appears on that house or that title for that home, then he could go in, issue eviction notices to each one of his kids' moms, because that's what they would be at the time, and tell them that he doesn't want them there anymore. And he's selling the home and he's moving away. They have to be out in 30 days. And there's nothing they could do about it. That's the state of polygamy in the United States right now. And so the part of what I was talking about, even with when Tanya Carter had asked me about the book, that's one of the things that I would kind of want to see from Christine's book. I want to see some address, some address towards that issue, because you will walk away with nothing. No one at 8385 legal wife owned 50%. That's true. But right now, the only legal wife is Robyn. So if Robyn and Cody decided, if they were all living in the Lehigh house, and Robyn and Cody, the house was in Cody's name, and he divorces Mary, she gives everything to Cody because he's the family, and he marries Robyn. Robyn owns 50% of Lehigh, the house that they all live in. She owns 50% of that. And if the two of them decide to sell that house, there's nothing that the OG3 could do about it. That's how polygamy works for the average person. That's polygamy average style. Polygamy for people on TV, everybody has their own house, their own paid off house, and everybody has their own bank account and their own saved up money, and they have residual resources. They have excess resources that they spend beyond paying their bills. They're fine. But for an average person, average family, you're ruined. Cody's ass could ruin you. And that's also part of the reason why in a normal family, when he goes back and he's getting advice, because he's talking to people, when he was getting that advice, he was saying, I don't understand why people leaving, why these women are leaving me. The reason why they're leaving them is the reason why he didn't understand, if we're going to be honest, is because the people he's talking to, they live normal lives. The women who are married with in a plural situation, there was one guy that kept showing up on TV. He's actually Aspen husband, Mitch, his brother, I think it is actually a polygamist as well, who's been on this show as well as Seeking Sister Wives. He has all his wives living in a house that he owns. If any one of them wives leave, they leave with the clothes on their backs. If he decides that one day, you know what, I'm tired of this polygamy shit, I'm tired of these women coming to me, asking me questions, talking about what I'm doing, my money, who I'm spending my time with, because I like the little waitress down at damn Hooters, I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm selling my house and I'm gone. I'm moving in with Hooter chick, and that's it. There's nothing them women can do. They can maybe sue him for child support. But dude got 80 kids. Good luck with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Child support. Sometimes people make out good in child support. It's weird, man. Some people, they kill the child support game like nothing. Like some women, they be making money. They be breaking these dudes off. Other women, they get like barely lunch money, child support. They barely covering enough money to pay like the kids' lunch when they go to school, child support. So that shit is a hat toss. Again, that divorce was totally unnecessary. Yeah. That divorce happened because, well, I'll cover that in a second. Robyn could have gotten child support and help financially if she hadn't forced her marriage to Cody and that adoption. She did it to hurt Jessup. Yeah, she did it to hurt Jessup. 1, 2. It was also rumored that, that he didn't want his kids, Aurora, Brianna, and Dayton, on the show. Let me say that one more again. It was rumored that he didn't want his kids, Aurora Brianna Dayton on the show. So as a parent who has, especially if you have joint legal custody, you get a say in those type of decisions. There's also a possibility you get a breakdown in some of that money and where their share of any, if they appear on the show, are they being compensated? If they aren't being compensated, they don't appear on the show. I'm pulling them from the show. If they are being compensated, where's the money going? You could say it's not even that I want the money. I want the money. I want a trust to be established for my kids that will be paid by their appearance on the Sister Wife show. All proceeds that they receive from being on the show should be entered or deposited into those trusts that they will have access to. And say, normally you don't give it to them when they turn 18 or 21. You say when they hit 25, they would have access to all those funds. But he didn't want his kids on the show. So I think, and this is my opinion, I think the reason why they pushed the whole adoption thing was because they were trying to eliminate any objection that he had or any possibility that he could stop her kids from appearing on the show, which would damage a show about families. Because we knew she had 3 kids, and it would be weird that all of a sudden her kids don't appear on the show anymore. That could have put, and this is also around the time, if you remember, this is also around the time that the show was also being talked about being canceled. So they were trying to eliminate any obstacles to having any impediments as to how the filming chart would work. I think that's why she did it. She wasn't worried as much about receiving the child support from David Jessup, her ex-husband, as she was about receiving a paycheck from TLC. So it was all done to protect the TLC bag. I think that's why she did it. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's what I heard, and that's kind of what I suspect. Nicole Aggie, when all wives got their first check accounts, I was happy, but Family Fun got the TLC big money, right? MLMs might have gone to personal accounts. Cody came love bombing, need money. I bet on payday. Yeah, right. Hey, girl, you look good in that dress. Oh, maybe you can sign a little check right there. I need about 1,500. Let's see. Lizzie B. I've always thought 4 houses were excessive, especially for Mary, since she only had 1 child. They could have saved so much money from the constant moving if they had learned to downsize. If they learn to downsize, or you buy what you really, really want and stop. Because it's all the selling and the moving shit. Because even when they moved to Arizona, I had calculated before with just the rental trucks, that the 4 big supersized rental trucks that they had on Cody Pass when Robyn moved, that they had up there for months. I think I calculated before that it was like $50,000 that they were spending to keep those 4 trucks just full of shit on Cody Pass. Like, you spent like 50 grand. You could have got a storage unit. It's just stuff that they do. Like, you make these moves like you just have, like, money is just growing on trees, and you sitting on top of a forest. It's just crazy to me. Like, they burned through so much money. They were so bad with money. It was incredible. Like, just making shit decisions. Like, and all the moving, like you said, with all the moving, like, you could have the house that you want. I'm not even saying that you have to have a tiny house. You could have had a decent size. They could have done the homes in Las Vegas, but you have to be willing to stop moving and stop just, oh, we're going to fill a house full of furniture. How about paying the house down some before you go buy designer furniture? Before you wear designer clothes, before Cody come pulling up with like 4 or 5 different Rolexes, a Movado, like a Movado rather, and like all these expensive watches and jewelry and stuff. Put that shit on your house. Pay your house down, pay your house off before you buy a bunch of crap. So it's just, I don't know. So nuts. Peach, what's going on? Yeah. Oh wow, yeah, right, yeah, right, yeah, right. Lizzie B, when Cody said we're ready to fight about the adoption, I said, "You noodlehead, you don't even fight for your own flesh and blood, and you want to take another man's children away from him." Yeah, yeah. I mean, that whole thing is disturbing as hell. Because I was listening at like, oh yeah, I want to fight. I'll be willing to go to war for these kids. What about your kids? Who we talking about? Saul and Ari, I go to war for them kids too. What about Gabriel, Gwendolyn, Garrison? You know, who? Who children knows? You know, it's so silly. Um, yeah, yeah. How about health insurance before before you worry about buying a house? What the hell do I know? Yeah. Well, I mean, health insurance, quiet as it's kept. Quiet as it's kept. Don't get me started on that. But health insurance is so you can keep your house. Okay. The number one reason for bankruptcy is medical bills. Okay. Health insurance is so you can keep your house. Is if you as you start to get older, the one crazy thing to me is that everybody pretends like health insurance is something that you don't need. You might not need it today, maybe if you're a young person, but as you get older, you're going to need health insurance. Everybody's going to need health insurance because as you get older, shit stops working the way it used to work. That's just the way it works. I mean, that's life. One, two, accidents happen. People fall down all the time. Shit happens. And if you don't have health insurance, the type of insurance to cover those things, it can be very expensive very quickly. Surgeries cost crazy money. Hospital stays cost crazy money. And if you've ever received a hospital bill, I'm telling you, the way they do that shit is nuts. You go to the hospital, I'm walking out of my office today. I slip and fall, go down the steps. They call an ambulance. I'm paying the ambulance company. If they use any medicine, medication, braces, or equipment on me on a damn ride, I'm paying for all that shit just for the hot ambulance thing. That ambulance ride could cost me, depending on how bad I'm hurt and what they have to do, that ambulance ride could cost me anywhere from $250 out of pocket to $3,000-$4,000 just for the ride. Just for the ride to the hospital. When I get to the hospital, I'm gonna do the intake. I'm sitting in the emergency room, probably jacked the hell up, crying and shit in the waiting room. Then I'm gonna go back to the back. I'm gonna pay the nurse. I'm gonna pay the doctor. I'm gonna pay the pharmacist. I'm gonna pay the specialist. I'm gonna pay any X-rays that they give, and if they give me any additional back braces, medication or anything, I'm paying for all that separately. All that shit is separate. And just for like a broken arm, say a broken arm could cost you like somewhere with X-rays and everything else, cost you like $50,000. Check you get your if you ever get hurt, check your medical balance. When they send you the statements, they'll tell you what your insurance company paid and what they charge your insurance company, and what the insurance company paid and what your copay will be and all that other stuff. But your bill is crazy. Having a baby, a woman having a baby is like $100,000. You have insurance, and that's with the insurance company working with the facility and having special deals with the hospitals and providers. Like, stop it. So yeah, you get insurance because before you have a house, just so you can keep the house you get, it help you keep the shit you have. But I mean, we can go on a health insurance, but it's a crazy state. Was the public health department paid for medical? Not entirely, because they actually came off medical because I don't know what was going on, but they had a few instances where like Maddie, when she like the bankruptcies that they were filing for, most of the family's bankruptcies in the Brown family actually came from medical bills because they didn't have they were walking around with no insurance. I don't know whether they just didn't get around to filling out Medicaid or whatever, or whatever they had in their town. But that shit's nuts. It's nuts. That's why it was so nuts that like when I remember there was an episode where they all went to Wyoming and uh you know Mary, Christine, and Janelle, they had the kids up walking on the side of this big overhang or whatever, walking up a hill, and there's like cliffs and shit. And Robyn was like, sit down, telling the kids, sit down. And Christine and Janelle were sitting back laughing at her. Ha ha ha, we just let our kids go out and use their bodies and shit. Robyn, in that instance, I understood where Robyn was coming from. Because these people notoriously don't have insurance on their kids. And you got them out there doing all this dangerous shit. If one of them kids slide down that mountain, this is the same trip where McKelty fell off the horse, and instead of sending her to a doctor or a healthcare provider to have her looked at, they sent her to a chiropractor and had a chiropractor fuck around with her back after she fell off a horse because they don't have insurance. Right? And so it wasn't unreasonable for Robyn to look at this family and say, look, my kids don't have insurance and I can't have them slide their ass down this damn hill, get jacked up, and I don't have the money to take care of them. And more importantly, and here's the weird part about, like, we talk about custody. Here's the weird part about it. If you are in a custody battle, and this is, again, part of the reason why it becomes important. You're in a custody battle with your ex-husband or wife or whatever, and something happens under your watch, that's a point where they could attack you, a point of vulnerability where they could attack you potentially. You don't have insurance, you're not carrying insurance, you let them climb up a mountain, they fell down the damn mountain, they got hurt. What are we supposed to do? I'm actually surprised that David didn't, he allowed Robyn and Cody to come after him, and he didn't go after them for custody of his kids, because that was one of the things that they used against David to get the kids away from him, was Dayton's medical bills when Cody took him out on the ATV and ran his ass through a barbed wire fence and almost cut his eye out his face. Because he got hurt. Guess what? They don't have insurance. They didn't have insurance on them. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, if you guys be making as much money as you make on this TV show, kind of going back to what Lizzie was saying, like it's just bad business. Like, it's bad financial decisions. Like, you're making this much money, you don't have health insurance on your kids, and then you guys want to buy like ATVs and shit, but you don't want to put health insurance on them. Everybody got ATVs, everybody got power sports, everybody got horses, everybody got, all this money just flowing out of the house because everybody got their own cars and everything else. You don't even have kids sharing cars. Everybody got their own cars. You're paying car insurance because I guess you have to, but nobody has medical insurance. And then when the kid gets hurt, and then all of a sudden and we're going to keep honest, I'm going to have to get ready to let y'all go. But even with that, we're going to keep it honest. Part of the reason why I think Cody forced the sale of the other wives' houses was because Robyn owed so much money, and she had already mortgaged her house 2 or 3 times in Vegas. I know at least once she had mortgaged her house to pay for her medical bills that she had, because she had liens against her house for the medical bills where Dayton was injured. And her equity in her home was considered far less, especially being as though they would have had to take out an additional loan. They were coming up on a point where they were running at the end of their term for their, I believe it was an adjustable rate mortgage, where they were just paying the interest on the houses. They weren't paying anything into the houses. And they would have had to make a decision to either try to get back into an ARM, which would be crazy as shit, or try to get into a conventional mortgage, in which case they would actually had to put down real money on 4 homes that they didn't have. And Robyn's house would have been considerably more, because she had not only her original or primary mortgage that she had to pay $500,000 for, because that's how much they bought those houses for, 500, basically around 500 a piece. But she also would have had to pay the additional equity loan that she had on the house, and she would have had to bundle that into a conventional loan, and they probably didn't have the money, which is why they had talked about moving. Where we go one, we go all. That bullshit, that comes from me. From what I got from that was Cody was saying, where we go one, we go all. Robyn can't stay here because she can't afford this house. She can't afford to buy her house because of the insurance thing. And they've been taking money out of that house the whole time. Robyn can't afford her house. So Robyn has to move. And if Robyn moves, we all move because where we go one, we go all. Now, I understand a lot of folks have focused on the QAnon aspect, which I think might be a thing. But I think that is like knowing Cody is just something that he heard and he thought was cute and funny, and he used it. But that's where I was. What does Lizzie B have to say? I'm gonna give Lizzie B the last word. It's like what I said previously. There are priorities. They want materialistic objects and not important things like medical insurance. This is 100% accurate. You know, and I don't be that guy like, oh, pocket watching. This is what you should do with your money. It's just that it just doesn't make financial sense. The more shit you have, look, I get it. You broke. You don't have a lot of money. Maybe health insurance, like you're getting covered by the state or whatever. You have write-offs and things that you could take. You know, you'll be covered by hospital bills because you just don't make enough money. It might make fiscal sense for you not to go in your pocket and pay an exorbitant amount of money for health insurance, especially if everybody's relatively young and healthy. But as you start to acquire more and more things, you have to start looking out for your stuff. You have to start protecting your shit. The more shit you have, the more protection you got to provide for your shit because somebody's coming to take your shit. That's the way it works. Pardon me for saying SHIT 50 times. But that's the way it works. And health insurance or medical insurance is a way for you, just one way, small way, expensive way, for you to be able to protect some of the assets that you've gained. If you have a TV show, a hit TV show, and you're making enough money where you can walk around and buy Rolex watches, it doesn't do you any good to have 50 Rolex watches in your drawer and a hospital come along because your son got hurt, fell down the steps, and anything could happen. People fall every day in the damn bathtub. Like Christine said that, more people get killed by sharks than, sharks kill more people. What is it? Toasters kill more people than sharks. You know what kills more people than toasters? Slipping in a damn bathtub. That shit kills more people every year than toasters and sharks combined. And you guys aren't planning for that. Like, you're afraid of toasters wouldn't buy a toaster, but you wouldn't get health insurance. You're more likely, your kids, especially when your kids were as active as your kids were and you involved them in sports, it's more of a chance that any one of them could have been injured playing sports, received a significant or serious injury playing sports, in which case you would be fiscally responsible for taking care of him. Hunter, he's out there wrestling. He's doing football. Gabe was doing wrestling, football. He was following the footsteps of his brother. Logan was doing wrestling, football. And I think the other kids were doing some other sports. Then you would send them down to the ranch, your Cody's dad's ranch, every summer to work on the back of a horse doing cows. And all of them out there with no insurance. Are you crazy? I don't know. What is this? Mama Celeste. As a Wisconsinite, slip and falls are no joke after a winter storm. That shit will mess you up. Yeah. I'm telling you, people get jacked up all the time. People fall in tubs. It just, and I agree with Lizzie B. Like, that's just priorities and where your brain is. I would rather have my stuff. I'd rather have I know Brittany's gonna be pissed, but I'd rather have a $20 Amazon, Walmart, or mom and pop shop watch than to be sitting with a $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 Mariner Rolex, and then I can't afford to put insurance on my kids. Like, that's crazy. Or insurance on myself. Gotta look out for me too. Like, you mess around. Like, I would hate, and this is something that, like, real talk, I would hate to be in a situation where something were to happen to me and my family is gathering in the hospital and they have to make a decision because I refuse to buy health insurance or take care of that. And they have to make a decision as to whether they want to try to save me or they want to have a place to live. I wouldn't want that. And that's why, like when Lizzie B was talking about priorities, that's one of the things that I consider because I pay a shit ton of money for insurance. It's crazy what I pay. It's actually very depressing. It makes me sad. It makes me very sad. And I'm sure many people in this chat probably feel the same damn way. If you see what that damn insurance do to my check, you know. But yeah, it makes you sad. But at the same time, imagine how sad you'll be if something happens and something happens to your loved one. Like if something were to happen to my wife and I got to go to the hospital, and knowing my wife, she would be sitting there. She would say the same thing I would say because I would say the same thing. I'm in the hospital and the doctor's like, okay, we can do this. It's going to be a surgery, and why am I instead of me asking, well, what's the recovery time look like? What's the risks? What's the possibility? What are the benefits of me doing the surgery? What's the possibility for success? And having those questions, my first question, if I didn't have insurance, would be, how much is this going to cost? And if he comes back and say, well, by the time everything is said and done, it might cost, if everything goes well and there's no complications, which sometimes there is, in which case your costs go way, way up. If everything goes well, then you're looking at $300,000 out of pocket. At which time I will look the doctor in the face and say, thank you very much. Can I get some aspirins to go? Or should, how much are those? Never mind. I'll probably just stop at the CVS, Rite Aids, Walgreens, or whatever the hell on my way home. And then I'll just, start making phone calls and try to figure out how to get buried. You know what I mean? Because that's where you would be at. Like I would never put my family in a situation where I would, and this is, I don't know, this is a terrible thing, but it's a thing where I wouldn't want to put them in a situation where they would be financially crippled trying to take care of me. I'd rather just, that be that and let them go and they could, do the best they can. Oh no, James, we can't live without you. But no, to me, it just, that's the struggle. And that shouldn't be the case. I shouldn't have to have that choice or that decision at a time like that. And I shouldn't have to ask my wife or my kids to make that kind of choice or make that kind of sacrifice so that they can keep stuff. And I know my wife would feel the same way. She wouldn't want me to sacrifice everything that we built up over the years financially because she fell ill. And that's kind of what you're doing if you're not protecting yourself with insurance. Even then, like some of the insurance is bullshit too. So I don't know. Yeah, Becca, I know what you're saying, girl. I know what you talking about. I know what you talking about, girl. Insurance is so expensive. And I understand why, looking at the because I get sticker shock every time I write that check out. Part of me dies. But you're like, what the shit, But, I get why they didn't run out and get insurance. I get it because that's a hard check to write. But at the same time, with as much stuff as they have and as much stuff as people, because when you get sick, them insurance companies or the hospitals and the doctors, they will come get your shit. They will come get your stuff. They'll come get that house that Robyn was living in. And again, I think that's part of the reason why they decided to move. And if you notice, and this is just me, because you asked the question, why was there such a rush for them to move from Las Vegas, all of a sudden for them to move from Las Vegas to Arizona? You know what I mean? It was all of a sudden. Let's be honest. When Dayton started submitting applications, they knew he was submitting applications to Arizona. They knew he was going to be accepted. Like, this isn't something that, like, he just came in like, I got accepted to Arizona. What? We moving, y'all. I got to be close to my child. This was planned. And I'm telling you, this shit was planned. That's just my opinion. Ooh, Jody Periscala. Down in our super chat. My gallbladder, no insurance, 30,000. Yup. It's ridiculous. You know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, the medical insurance, boy, medical bills, they will break your ass. And they are unrelenting and no pity. Absolutely. And I'm not, and the crazy part is, and here's my thing, Jody, thank you so much for the super chat. Down 9 super chat. But the crazy part is, she wrote that, no, my gallbladder, no insurance, 30,000. Here's what's messed up. Not just the price. The price is jacked up. That is jacked up. But what's worse is the fact that I'm not surprised. And to be honest with you, I'm looking at that and like, damn, you got a break. They must have hooked you up. You got friend prices. Gallbladders could cost you upwards of like 50 grand. You know, $30,000 is nothing. You know, let me say that real slow. $30,000 is nothing to sneeze at. You know what I mean? Got to put the Barry White on that shit because it is ridiculous because you know that you're getting screwed. Okay, that's why I got hit with the Barry White. $30,000 is ridiculous because you're getting screwed. You're getting screwed. And by the time everybody done got their money, you sending money to everybody. Hey, yeah, the intern walked past me. I'm gonna give him 30,000. $40. I'm gonna get the guy who looked at me and said, park over there. I'm gonna give him 500. Like the hospitals is nuts. This system is a trip, boy. Every time you walk by somebody, and then half the time in the hospital, I'm gonna keep it all the way above. Half the time in the hospital, I feel like the people just walk in the room so they can say they saw you. Hey, how you doing? You okay? Yep, okay. They walk out, charge them 1,000. You know what I mean? Because they're a specialist. That dude didn't even touch me. I thought he was the janitor. What do you mean? I ain't see no damn specialist. What? The guy who, Mr. Friendly, came in just because he walked in the room, shook my hand, and said, hey, how you doing? You feel okay? All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, where you at? I don't know, with these stitches in my ass, maybe about a 9. Okay. We'll see if we can do something about that. He walk out the room, you don't see him again. That dude got $1,000. That shit is crazy. It's such a hassle. Like, that shit is such a racket. You know? She said, bring on a Barry White, please. That you'll never find. That dude just cracked me up. He had a song, one of my favorite Barry White songs. All Barry White, the maestro, right? That dude, Barry White has probably made more women pregnant. You know what I mean? He's responsible for more babies. Like, you don't play Barry White if the room is too hot. Shit, somebody gonna wind up pregnant. You know. But one of my favorite Barry White songs is it was like he's at the discotheque. He's like 2 1 please. No, Barry, no, she's home, player. She's home. And he's like, let the music play. Oh, I want to dance the night away. That's my shit. Right there. What I gotta say. All night long. That's my shit. Because basically he's at the discotheque because him and his lady got in an argument and he afraid she gonna leave him. So he go to discotheque. He's just like in the music. And he's like, let the music play. And he's lying to all his friends. People, I guess, that usually see him with his lady with his lady at the disco. And she's not there with him. And they go, hey, where's Betty at? Like, oh man, she home playing, she home, she doing the thing, everything cool. And he out there just in the middle of the dance floor, just dancing, getting his groove on. But yeah, man, that's a good song. Yeah. He screwed with it, with or without insurance, because each hospital makes their own price, and this is true. But if you have insurance, the insurance company will. See, quiet as it's kept, them insurance companies have deals with a lot of these hospitals that you don't get, like things that they won't. Well, an insurance company won't pay for. Sometimes the hospital or provider will pass it on to the patient. Other times they look, you got to chill with that. I'm not paying you that money, right? And they pay a lesser amount. Like the insurance company will pay less. But if you're uninsured, you pay the full amount. So, I mean, that shit's a racket. It's a racket. My dad went to the ER a few months ago in intense pain, and they wouldn't even give him a Tylenol aspirin without going through a doctor first. Was insanity. Over-the-counter meds for 911 emergency. Yeah. That's because the doctors and the nurses and those medical providers got to be able to write you a bill. Got to be able to write you a bill, because that's a separate bill. Like, yes, I prescribe pain medication. Like I said, hey, how you doing? That's $1,000 right there. Oh, you want some Tylenol? Them Tylenol will cost you $50 a piece. They give you 2 of them, $50 a piece from the pharmacist dispensary in the hospital. Same aspirin. You go down the street, you'll get 250 of them bad boys for like $10. Crazy. It's such a racket. Yeah. ER then sends you back to your primary doctor, so 2 bills. Yeah, it actually turns out to like 5 or 6 bills, because the hospital charge you, the doctor at the hospital charge you separately. And if you have any x-rays or whatever, they charge you separately. And then they send you back for your follow-up to another doctor, and that's usually, like you said, a separate bill. So yeah, everybody getting everybody getting a taste. Everybody get a taste when you get hurt. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just a small town girl. They probably didn't carry health insurance because they're judgment proof anyway before the money from the show. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, before, when you don't have nothing, it might make sense. It might make sense for you to take the chance, because what, are they gonna sue you? What, you gonna take, that patch of dirt or that patch of dirt? Like, I mean, you got your choice. I mean, you can take both patches of dirt. It's your choice. You don't have nothing. You got fuck all to take. So, like, I owe everybody money. So you gonna call me, man? We gonna have to stand in line. You think I'm gonna pay you? I don't pay nobody. But once you get that show and you start getting them TLCs checked, now you got something for them to take. You start buying properties, now you got something for them to take. So it just becomes a lot more sketchy. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for everything you guys did. All the calls, awesome conversation. I'm back. We'll be having these conversations. Hopefully we won't be going 5 hours next time. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out and still hanging in there tough with me. Before we go, let me thank the Bronze Empress, Unlimited Lipstick, Jody Periscala, Negla 3, as well as, of course, we got to thank Lizzie B for gifting that one My Take on Reality membership. And of course, Jody Periscala, over and over and over again. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody in the chat for their commentary. Let me give you guys all a little something. Well done. And before we go, per usual, I have to thank our mega mods, Lizzie B, the OG Triple OG, Brittany, not Brittany. Congratulations, Britt, doing the dang thing, jumping the broom, getting her done. And of course, the beautiful Carmel Cuties. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Let me give you guys all a little something, including everybody in the chat who held it down, kept it positive. We got everybody in, and we got some good conversations going. Appreciate you guys. Let me give you guys a little salute. Once again, thank you guys all for hanging out. I will be dropping some members only stuff. So look forward to that for my members. For everybody else, we will be doing more lives, more content, more things to come. Make sure you keep subscribed. Hit that like button. Let it play. I know that you like what I'm doing. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. That's my take. I'm James. This has been my take on reality, and I'm out. See you guys.